turn. I don't see anything. Is it this one? So no, they see you're. So it seems like these were all in the middle to start with. But now, okay, so wait. So wait, so up is unmuted.
Hi everyone. Yeah,
Okay.
up is unmuted and we are
Right,
almost
right.
ready to start the ICBC live broadcast.
So okay,
Stay
up.
tuned.
Test.
University.
Test.
the Innopolis University, Saratov State University, American University Central Asia, National Research University Higher School of Economics, the University of Warsaw, the University de La Habana, St. Petersburg ITMO University, Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology, the Universidad Simón Bolívar, Universidad de Costa Rica, Izhevsk State Technical University, Stanford University, University of Tehran, Universitas Indonesia, University of British Columbia, Universidad Nacional de Colombia, Bogotá, Universidad de Brasilia, Universidad de São Paulo, Campus de San Carlos, Indraprasna Institute of Information Technology, the University of Utah, Universidad de Oriente Sede Antonio Maceo, Moscow State University, Universidad de São Paulo, Universidad de Buenos Aires FCEN, Indian Institute of Technology in Cairo, Princess Sumaya University for Technology.
Teams, please go to your workstations, have a seat, and do not touch anything.
Nizhny Novgorod State University, University of Izu, Alexandria University Faculty of Engineering, the University of Cambridge, the Universidad de Chile, Anjarms University Faculty of Computer and Information Sciences, Indian Institute of Technology, Dunbar, the Arab Academy for Science and Technology, Alexandria, Universidad Nacional del Sur, the Instituto de Informática, UFG, Damascus University. Is that it? 1375 that just got here. Here we go.
So, okay, no. You hear me?
And we have Ulsan National Institute of Science and Technology. Congratulations. Is that it? Is that everybody? Okay, that's everybody. So, welcome once again to the teams of the 44th Annual World Finals of the International Collegiate Programming Contest, the ICPC World Finals Championship Moscow.
Thank you, Bill. Once again, welcome to all the participants, spectators, and guests. We are now going to proceed to get the contest started as quickly as possible, and to do that, it's my pleasure once again to introduce Jeff Donahue, ICPC World Finals Executive Director.
Thanks, John. Good morning, everybody. Everybody excited about finally getting this ICPC World Finals started. Everybody ready? Go sleep. Everybody ready? All right. So, thank you all for being here. I know it's been a long journey, but this is going to be a great World Finals. I mean, look at this amazing venue, all the decorations and the beautiful boards and everything. This is going to be an exciting competition. I know you guys are excited about getting started, so just a few things. Everybody take out your cell phone and hold it up in the air. If you have your cell phone, give it to us now. We'll give it back to you if you forgot. So hold your cell phone up if you've got one, right? Any teams? Right? Anybody? Smartwatch? Smart glasses? Chip in your brain? Hold it up right now. All right. If you need any help, if you have any questions, please just raise your hand and one of our marshals will come by and help get you an answer to your questions. So any questions, just stay where you are and raise your hand. If you need to use, after the contest starts, if you need to use the restroom, you guys know where it is. It's under the green sign at the end of the room. You have water and food at your table. If you need additional water, please just raise your hand and we're happy to bring it to you. So if you need additional water, just stay where you are, raise your hand, and we will get it to you. During the contest, we ask that you stay at your workstation unless you're going to the bathroom, and then go directly there and come directly back. Keep your face mask on, right? When you're doing that, all the way to the bathroom and all the way back, just to keep all of us safe. Keep your face mask on. All right. So I'd like to take this moment to thank our wonderful host, MIPT. As I said yesterday, and I'll say it again, and I'll say it tomorrow, and I'll say it in a year, MIPT has really been a champion of the ICPC. They have, in these very difficult times, done anything and everything that we needed to make sure that you could have this great World Finals, that you could be here today because of MIPT. So if everybody would join me, let's give a round of applause to MIPT. Thank you, MIPT, for all that you've done to make this possible. And so I would like to invite, at this time, the chairman of the computing department, Dr. Andre Regarazzi from MIPT, to say a few words of welcome.
Okay, friends, thank you very much for coming here. It's an absolutely great event for all of us. I'm absolutely sure you will be happy of being here, of competing here. So, welcome. And I'd like to say just mathematics forever, computer science forever, and programming forever. Let's start competing.
Thank you, MIPT. And now back to our technical director, John Clevenger. John?
Thank you, Jeff. A few last-minute technical notes just to make sure everybody's clear. Hopefully you understood yesterday that your machines are lettered A, B, C, left to right. You can move between machines if you want, but it's still machine B when you log into the middle machine. If you have any questions during the contest, you have to decide which category is it in. Is it a question about a problem with your system? If you have a computer problem, raise your hand, get one of the staff to send a technical person out. If you have a question about the contest problem, submit it using Dumb Judge, just the way we did yesterday. Once again, a reminder, you may, once the contest starts, move your monitor, your keyboard, and your mouse around on your desktop, but if you do that, you do so at your own risk. We won't be able to guarantee that we can fix any problems you cause. In any case, you may not unplug any device. Do not unplug anything. You may not adjust your camera, can't block it, you can't point it anywhere else. You may not do anything that would affect any other team. To do so would be grounds for disqualification. That includes you may not do any networking operations to try and access any other computer on the network. There was a little bit of confusion yesterday about balloons. In today's World Finals Championship contest, there will be a different colored balloon for every problem. There will also be special balloons for the first team to solve a problem in the contest and so forth. We made a change last night to a couple of the run scripts. If you are using Java or you're using Kotlin, the script which executes those programs was changed. The purpose of the change was to make it more compatible with the way that those programs are executed on the judge machines. So if you are going to execute a Java or a Kotlin program, make sure that you use the Run Java or Run Kotlin script on your machine. You are free to look at the contents of that script and execute those commands on a command line if you want. We don't guarantee that's going to work, but we will promise that the updated Run Java and Kotlin script will work. Let's see. So we're to the point where we're getting close here. 2 minutes. I need to check on our the status of people. The executive director, Jeff, are you ready to go?
All right, I'm ready to go.
Okay. Let's see. Andre, the World Finals director, are you ready to go?
Yes, sure, I am ready.
Okay, he's ready. Here we go. Let's see. What do we have left here? The MIPT host team, they've been ready to go for almost 2 years. So I'm going to assume everything is okay with the MIPT host team. And that means we're green except for teams. Teams, are you ready to go? All right, let's get this World Finals underway. I'm going to ask Andre to come up here. I'm going to give him the ceremonial scissors, and you want to, okay, hurry, 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 hurry.
There we go.
Because Olga was responsible to make sure that those things were actually here.
Okay. All right. So now, wait, we got it right here. So we've got a countdown. That's it. All right. 30 seconds to World Finals Moscow. When the clock hits 0, you may open your problem sets. All right, spectators, help us with a countdown to World Finals Moscow in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The contest is underway. Woo!
Congratulations. I know the amount of work has been.
All right, everyone. It looks like the contest has begun. There's a question about where's the Russian translation. So we are producing a Russian translation feed. Let me see if I can get an answer to that about where to go to find it. everybody. Welcome to the ICPC live broadcast of the Moscow World Finals International Collegiate Programming Contest. My name is Roy McAvoy, and I am here with
Ram Basnet. Good morning from Moscow, Russia.
So we have the contestants as teams on the floor, and they are busy getting started with the contest problems. For those of you that have competed before, imagine you know that right now they're furiously looking through the problem sets, trying to identify which are the quickest ones to finish. The solutions to the problems are penalized by how long it takes to solve a problem, and so you get the best bang for points by solving the quickest problems at the beginning and save time for the harder problems at the end. So definitely one of the challenges in the ICPC contest is determining which problems are the easiest to solve and doing a pretty good job of ranking how quickly each one of them can be done by your team members. So Ron Basnet is a director from North America and has solved a number of problems. Oh, so were we?
Just speak up.
Oh, so we were live.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, just checking. Okay, so the problem sets are being scoured for the easy ones, and easy is a relative term, of course. I imagine a lot of you listening out there participated in various contests around the world. Ram, do you want to explain a little bit about how a typical problem set is presented to the teams? Like, what is a contest?
What is a contest? That's a great question. So these are, I guess, the most difficult, hardest problems you could think of from algorithm data structure point of view, because the best of the best are here from around the world to solve those problems, and judges, I hope, would make sure that these problems cannot just cracked easily. So we haven't looked at the problems yet, but and I don't see anybody has solved any problem, even the easiest one. Typically in regionals, within a minute or so, typically some teams would find the easiest problems and solve them already.
So,
interestingly, yeah, I don't see any
so
team
that's
solving
I think that's a little bit of a interesting part of how this contest is organized. So at the regional level, an important goal is to make sure that everyone walks with a certain amount of sense of success. And so one thing that many regions strive to have is a quite easy problem. So if a contestant has just started in their sort of computer science education, they have a reasonable chance of solving at least something in the problem set, and so that way there is something that means that the seasoned programmers that are also on the contest, when they see that kind of problem, they can solve it quite quickly. At the world final level, because of course these are quite, all of them are quite good at what they do, the easiest problem is still going to be sort of reasonably challenging.
Right, we're at 11 minutes into the contest and not a single problem has been solved. That says that these problems must be, I guess, it's hard to find the easiest one. They didn't just give away the easy problems on the surface, that they're making teams to work hard to find easier problem. I'm guessing there may be a problem or two that's a little easier compared to the rest.
Right.
But the teams are struggling to find that sims.
So So there's a little bit less of the requirement in the other contests to sort of make sure that everybody solves a problem. And here, like the fundamental, I guess we call it a meta problem. There's sort of layers of problems. I was thinking about that this morning. So one layer of problem is solving a specified problem in the contest. So for people who maybe aren't familiar with this, what Ram Bassler was talking about is a typical problem in these contests is a specification of a sort of, I think of them as algorithmic puzzles. They don't tell you how to solve it. It's not like a recipe book and say, okay, like make this muffin. Or they'll say, they won't specify how. I'll say they'll ask for a muffin, and then the team collectively has to basically solve making that particular thing. And in computers, that means like writing a code in some language. There are several supported languages. Many of them here are written in C++. And the idea is a solution.
Oh,
Looks like we have a.
we have first to solve. Guess
Like I'm not seeing.
University of British Columbia solved.
Excellent.
Yeah, problem number
A is
A.
correct. I think we refresh that screen, we might see that populate. So that is an awfully good chance that a good strategy for many teams to certainly keep an eye of the scoreboard and see which ones are quickly solved and which ones tend to be more challenging, and that can help redirect efforts. If people maybe missed one that is by reading hard, but in fact make something easy, or vice versa.
All right, let's correct. I think we misspoke about problem. It was problem number C. It was solved by University of British Columbia, the first to solve.
And so as a matter of secrecy, the broadcast team is not given a copy of the problems. So we are.
But I think
we have as little information as anyone else about the problem set, except for, of course, the teams and the judges. The judges have spent months preparing this problem set.
but I think I'm thinking the problems may be available online. I just not need to know I think there's problems. I just write URL. You'll may be able to find the problems already as the contest started.
Now published.
Yeah. Oh, so there's a problem D is solved by University of Bucharest. I hope I pronounced that correctly. And that's problem D, the first to solve. And MIT also solved problem E, the first to solve.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's some clapping going on.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So so there's the first level of what this means for problem solving. One level of problem solving is to write a solution to one of these problem statements. In programming, that means writing a piece of code that, given all kinds of possible inputs, will correctly compute some sort of result in a reasonable amount of time. Like it's efficient enough to satisfy the requirements. So I guess for people who are not in this area, the idea is each program is essentially sort of a little logical machine that, if you give it the right sorts of inputs, it will logically compute some kind of output. And what you're seeing here is people quickly reading problem statements about what each of these sort of logic machines are, and designing those kinds of machines written in software. This is the world of logic and Turing machines and universal computing. And so various languages are available to try to create these things. And for the people that are non-technical, essentially all the experiences you have on mobile devices and all the other sort of computing moments like speaking to your phone come from these sorts of logical machines that are transforming inputs into certain kinds of outputs.
So let's explain some of the rules if our viewers, non-technical viewers who have never participated in ICBC contest at any level, just explain them how do these teams come here at the World Finals? Like what's the pyramid that structure of the contest that happened that led him to get here?
So that's a great question. The teams are usually formed kind of early through the phases. It depends on which super region you're from. Some super regions reorganize teams, so the rules from one super region are not necessarily exactly the same from one super region to the other. But there's some kind of a filtering system where teams from universities, this is a university contest, so essentially students with about 4 years of university education or less form teams of 3 people, and then those 3 people compete together on problem sets, and if they are good at that, then they proceed to the next round. So usually that's in the US, for example, there's a regional contest. There could be local contests that pick out who goes to the regionals. This year, because of COVID and delays, there were a number of extra contests that were in place. But generally speaking, there's a regional, a super regional, and then from there, there's the World Finals. So in the US, we have the North American Championship, which decides who's the best out of the US and Canada groups to participate in the World Finals. That whole flow is changing because of global changes in how we can run this contest. And just given essentially COVID and the complications that have shown up because of that.
Okay, great. Thanks for the explanation. So it looks like there are 15 problems in this World Finals. They have like 5 hours to solve these problems, and then the best team, the fastest team who solves as many problems within this time are the winners.
So that's essentially right, but let's see if we can speak to the details. So your first handicap is, or I guess anti-handicap is solving a problem. So the teams that solve more problems win. So if you've solved more problems than somebody else, even if they maybe were easier problems, you will be ranked higher. So the first thing that you sort on is number of problems solved.
Okay. So
the second thing, if there's a tie, and there is usually a tie, there's multiple ties on numbers of problems solved. But if say some set of teams solve the same number of problems, then there's this handicap, and the handicap is a little bit hard to explain, but it's not too bad. So from the beginning of the contest, for every minute that passes between the beginning of the contest and correctly submitting a solution to a problem, that's a penalty measured in units of minutes. So if you took 2 hours to solve a problem correctly, then that's 120 points of penalty. So you add up all the penalty points for all the problems that you solved, and that's one of your handicaps. There's a second handicap, which is essentially 20 minutes for every problem that you submitted that eventually was correct. So eventually it turned into something that you did correctly solve. But for every problem you submitted and got back some mistake, so wrong answer or time limit exceeded are the most common mistakes. In some cases, it seems quite unusual at this level to get what's called a compile time error. So wrong answer, time limit exceeded would be the typical sort of failures that would happen. For any kind of failure, you get 20 points, effectively 20 minutes of penalty. So that same problem sticking to someone who solved the problem, say 2 hours into the contest, if that was the first time they submitted it to the judges, then that's the total points, it'd be 120 points. But if, say, they tried twice before they got the correct solution at the 2-hour mark, then instead of 120 points, we're now to another 40 points, so 160 points of penalty for that problem. So, and then maybe to be clear, if somebody turned in a problem, well, I don't know, 60 times and it was wrong every time, that incurs no penalty. So, being wrong consistently is it would be unfortunate, but they would rather see you try to solve a problem than not.
Okay. So there is a link to the problem set, icpc.global/world finals problem.
Available as a PDF. We'll drop a link to that in the chat. Oh, okay.
It's there. Lydia did that. Thank you, Lydia.
It's let's see here. I'm losing my pointer. I'm going to drop some links in the live stream. One moment. Useful links. Okay. You should better drop different links, but here they are. So in the YouTube chat, there's a few links that might help someone get to the right spot. Okay, so the problems are available. Take a look. So let's see. So the tool of choice in solving these problems is the language C++. It is by a wide margin the most common language for solving these problems.
And what other languages they can use, supposedly?
So there's a number of languages that are available. There's Java, Kotlin, and I think importantly for the teams, there's Python. So Python is, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, thank you for the answer.
So Python is a great kind of, I don't know, like trying to stick to the recipe analogies. So C++ will build the most complex of soufflés, and Python is great for like the short order cook, to make something that's pretty quick from the point of view of making it, but maybe not as sort of beautiful in how efficient it is. So because these contest problems tend to really press efficiency, it is at its core an algorithms contest of being able to implement fast solutions in the sense that they do efficiently solve problems. Python will work for some of them typically, but C++ for sure is the language of choice. It might take a little longer to type out a solution in C++, and that is why the quickest problems might be solved in Python. So this particular year is, I guess, especially challenging. So thinking about puzzles and meta puzzles and that sort of stuff. So the first puzzle at the lowest level, I think, is the problems that the teams are solving, and I guess the next level up of that puzzle, in a couple ways, is what the judges face when they are creating these problems. So being on a judge team is a great place to be. I guess speaking to the people listening that maybe have finished their team career as contestants. A couple of important paths in the contest world is to be a coach, so to take your skills as someone who knows what it's like to be good at this and sort of hand it off to sort of the next generation. But also a great place to be is to think about what it's like to actually create these kinds of problems that are the puzzles that teams solve. So it is its own significant challenge to come up with unique problems, and really quite a number of them every year for the world. And so for teams that are out there and thinking about what they might do after being contestants, if they like this idea and like these kinds of puzzles, we'll just put it out there that hopefully you can reach out to the regions that you participate in and consider contributing, because it's fun and it is also its own kind of particularly challenging thing to do.
For sure. So looks like MIT is leading with as number one at solving 4 problems, and
that's outstanding.
Yeah. So then the second in the line is University of Bucharest from Europe.
Excellent. Bucharest. We have certainly a significant number of solutions to problem E now.
All right.
So I think it's starting to sort of filter down to which ones might be the easiest one to do.
Solve. Yeah. So
it is interesting that that was not actually the first problem solved, even though it seems to be the one that more of the people are solving. And so what might be true is algorithmically the other one is a little bit trickier, but still quick to type, and so a very strong team might have come up with the algorithm quickly, and another team might have seen something that took a little longer to write down, but they knew the solution, and therefore that's the problem E that's winning out on the leaderboard.
Interesting insight.
It is challenging from the judge's point of view to try to create a problem set that does try to distinguish the top teams around the world. So I think maybe to do an analogy, if you look at, say, any sport, but less like a physical sport like swimming or something like that, in the end, when you're really good at something, the time differentials of the finishes are actually quite close typically, and so in those games, that means you need just a more and more accurate clock to try to distinguish, maybe 100th of a second difference between a first and second finish. So the challenge here is to create, I guess, different and interesting obstacle courses where we are more interested in creativity, to see a new landscape of algorithmic puzzles and have enough skill and background to navigate that and find solutions quickly. So I think a thing to appreciate it is there is certainly a lot of similarity in the structure of these contests, but in a great sense, every one of them is unique because each of the problems have not been seen.
So just to help viewers understand this, is the acronyms ACWA, So AC stands for accepted solution.
All correct.
Right. W all correct. Okay. All tests correct on all test cases.
They are passed. So we just got to see a nice Okay, so that was a nice time lapse of the build of the facility here. We are at the Menage in near the Kremlin in Moscow, and it is a beautiful venue, and it is a significant effort to stand up this this World Finals. Certainly great to see the effort that it took to put this all together in fairly short order for an amazing experience for the teams that are here. We have Rom had to step out, and so to finish some of the thoughts about the contest and how these are structured, there'll be a window where scoreboards are disabled, so it leaves a bit of element of unknown for how the teams compete. You can see that the teams as well can see how well the other teams are doing, and so in that way For most of the contest, you can use that information to maybe guide your own team. And but towards the end, that's not true, and that is part of the whole strategies of the teams and how to play. Okay, let's see. Just give me a moment. Roman, can you hear me?
Yeah, hello.
Hello.
Good to see you.
Welcome. So, if you don't mind, could you introduce yourself?
I'm Roman Yazarov. I'm currently, I've been with SBC for more than 20 years. So currently I'm SBC Live Director, but for this year, because of this whole COVID situation, I've also volunteered to help with setting invitational division for the teams who couldn't come to the World Finals. So we did a separate invitation event for them, and I was the head judge of that event.
So explain how that worked then.
Yeah, the problem is that due to the whole COVID, the number of teams could not really come to Moscow, which is really sad. And the problem is that for an event like this, you can't really make it a distributed contest because different teams will be on different playing fields, so in different situations, so it won't be really fair. You couldn't just, have some teams competing here, some teams competing there. Leisure their home city, and at the end, claim that's, this is like a champion amongst them. So the decision was made, but of course, for teams who couldn't come, it would be really unfair just to completely exclude them from the competition because they've earned the right for their APC World Finals. It's not their fault because it's an issue that they can come. So there was a separate competition called ICBC Invitational Division that ran online. So for that competition, every team that competed was really on the same playing field. They were all participating from their homes or from their university. They were. We had a strict proctoring protocol, so like their screens were recorded to make sure they didn't have access to internet, etc. And but that means we'll have to prepare because that's a separate competition. We could not run on the same problem set as the championship that's running now because this problem set that teams are solving now was secret up until now. So we had to prepare yet another set of problems, and the championship judging team was quite very busy by themselves because, again, due to the COVID and to adhere to strict protocols, they had to separate teams, make sure they maintain social distancing, and so that's why we had to do 3 computers per team this year, and that means judges for the championship have had to produce more problems. So as you can see, this year they gave 15 problems to keep all 3 contestants busy for a 5 hours competition, and so they could not help with invitational. So I volunteered to help with that. We gathered the team that usually does sets problems for Northern Eurasia finals. That's the same team that every year does Northern Eurasian finals judging. So we sat together made a separate problem set for the teams at Invitational. And that contest successfully ran. It's already over, and the result will be announced today. They will also get medals, and recognition, but in their own Invitational division.
In the Invitational. Okay, so then what did you or how did the team strive to get equal playing fields for the contest platform? So what was they were remoting into some similar hardware? How did that work?
Unfortunately, for Invitational, what was done is that we could not ensure they have similar hardware, etc. But we've made really strict and similar rules for them, so they could not access. They were prohibited from using pre-written code for Invitational or accessing internet. So they could only communicate with team members and to enforce that they had to have a webcam in the place where they participate. Also, there was a because that's a university competition, so there was a university designated program on site who was monitoring the team performance, so who kind of certifies the results, that etc. So this kind of invitation was kind of a proof of concept, academically sound competition that is done in a kind of a distributed fashion. And of course, it can't really replace championship, and we're actually really looking forward for all the COVID situation to end, and we'd love to see every team actually coming to the event, because
it's an amazing place, and it's such an effort to make this. It's unfortunate they couldn't be here.
Yeah, exactly, because I mean, of course, we want every team to come, and of course, the greatest thing about ICBC World Finals is actually the place where you can gather together, like where people and teams from all the world can actually interact, talk to each other, and that's the event. But we want to do something this year, so that's how it was.
So could you, if you're aware of it, could you explain a bit of how like the Northern Eurasia kind of region is set up from the point of view of team progression? Like how do teams get to the World Finals in that, what I think of as super region?
Yeah, in Northern Eurasia there are more than a dozen of different regionals that are running throughout the whole Northern Eurasia in different countries and regions. They usually run September, October, sometimes even November, and they pre-select from those Northern Eurasia regions, select teams to Northern Eurasia finals, and some bigger regions where there are bigger cities, big universities. So if you look at Moscow State University, if you look at St. Petersburg, there's even preliminary events before that. So, for example, there is for some teams it's actually multiple layers of selection. So even to get to the regional, they had to go through some prior competition, which we historically call quarterfinals. But it's not like universal. But everybody has to go through regional competition first. They go to Northern. The best teams go to Northern Eurasia finals, which usually gathers several hundred teams from across all the best teams from across the Northern Eurasia. And again, depending on the year, since the Northern Eurasia is really big horizontally in terms of flight time and time zone span, it's usually hosted on multiple sites. That's how. But again, last year that was all special because of the COVID restriction. We could not gather hundreds of teams in any place. So what we did, we first did online selection round among the best Northern Eurasia teams, and actually our online selection round was using the same format. Since that was online, it used the same format as World Finals. It's now using with 3 computers, and we also coincidentally gave 15 problems for this format where you have 3 computers, and then the best 50 teams from this online round. Then we made a smaller offline on-site event for the Northern Eurasia that we held this spring, where the COVID restriction, where it was between the ways COVID restriction, were somewhat relaxed, and on 50 teams. Also for 50 teams, it's much easier to maintain social distancing, because I mean we had a pretty big venue, so we could give them spacious space. Ensure.
So were the teams separated out from each other as well?
Yeah.
So the 3 people that were on the team were also fairly gapped out.
No, I mean no. For on-site Northern Eurasia, no, we did not maintain. So that was a classical event. Our on-site was classical with 1 computer per team, but we made sure the distance between the teams is. So we have lots of space in our venue, so they don't have to be packed close to. Because they come from different regions. However, But again, here in World Finals, of course, World Finals is always notch up in terms of organization, safety, and security. And teams coming from different countries, and even some. Now we're it's more than it's almost 2 years past since they qualified. Some teams now living in different countries, or their team members.
I did hear, right, there was a team that I interviewed that had one in China, one in Canada. It was each team member was in a different country.
Yeah, so that's why, I mean, some people question why would you need to make all contestants of a single team separated, but World Finals is way more complicated. There are different stories and different rules and different. I mean, the world is big, and every country, every culture now has established its own thinking about what to do with COVID. So, I mean, since we're an international event, the only thing we can do, we can just ensure, as we have to be just as safe as possible here.
So you said, let's hear. So we got the Northern Eurasia structure. Is there any upcoming changes? Of course, we're all looking forward to maybe more normal style. Hope as hopefully we have the virus under control. Are there any things that people are hoping to keep out of changes?
So it's interesting. So yeah, if what COVID changed, first of all, what we see in our regional competition, lots of regionals competition, the small events, the first level selection, they're actually planning to be completely online now. First of all, they kind of realized it works, and they learn how to do it. And for especially, I mean, if you look at regions in Northern Eurasia, some Northern Eurasia regions are larger than some countries, like
it's a big place.
So some regions are so big, even those small Northern Eurasia is huge. So and some regions are so big that I mean, it's way easier for them to do online than to have people travel to a central location. So they make more regions are planning to be fully online, and this might actually help us save some effort, because if you do them online, you can pull problems, you can do them at the same time, and that will somewhat make it easier for organizers to do. But for the Northern Eurasia Championship, like the final event that selects teams to the World Finals, and so our model for it's like a World Finals, but across the Northern Eurasia. So that should be an event where people gather, have a chance to interact. That's where the actual Northern Eurasia champion is determined. And this event we plan to host in kind of classical format, with one computer per team, since in Northern Eurasia, I mean, it would not be correct to say that the virus is under control, but everybody, it would be fair to say that everybody has access to vaccines. So and we're all participants here are adults and can make good decisions for themselves.
We certainly hope so.
Yeah.
I guess hard to make too many comments in that way, but it does seem like it is a new world we get to just decide how to interact with.
Yeah. But of course we'll do, as organizers, we'll do our best to explain to everybody what are the rules, and to take all the measures we can. But I mean, what we feel that you can, I mean, with easy access to vaccine, I mean, and having masks and stuff, is we're right now pretty safe for. It's not that it's under control. General public, unfortunately, general public is. There is a different problem why general public is there's so much anti-vaccine sentiment in general public, but that's completely separate problem. From us, doing the competition.
So maybe a bit of maybe an ad sort of request in some sense, but both of us actually have been participants in the ICPC organization for a long time. From your perspective as someone who might be speaking to a potential pool of volunteers, what would you suggest for routes for them to maybe become a coach or judges? Like if they're interested in this as as teams out there. I imagine some of you are. What might be some paths for moving towards supporting or participating in this? Oh, and I guess I have to say, so, and congratulations, could say you are the recipient of the Mark Measures Award. So
more than a year of training, competing, and planning has finally paid off as today teams from around the globe begin arriving here in Moscow for this year's International Collegiate Programming Competition. Some teams traveled more than 20 hours to make it here to Moscow, where in just a few days they will have their chance to try their skills in the grueling 5-hour competition. For teams that can't travel, the new World Finals Invitational still gives them a chance to prove their skills.
So, where we were starting at, or leading from, was just the idea of being a volunteer. Oh, sorry. And so, congratulations.
Thank you.
So, the Mark Measures Award, yes.
Yes, thanks.
And that's well deserved from many years of participation in the organization. So, I guess the first question is then, what do you think would be something that maybe a team member would think about for turning efforts towards things that are not more than being a team member?
So first of all, I mean, it's not that the party is actually really clear. First of all, that's a competition among universities, and you know, if you are a student in a university, first of all, start with finding who's doing ICPC in your university, and if there is nobody, then become this person. You know, go to preach to faculty, go to preach to whoever people who make, and you know, be the champion of CPC. You know, find a team. You know, motivate them to participate, help them, train. And all the universities are accepted. Now, if you have a ICPC in your university, go ask up. You know, join their efforts. And as usual, if you want to grow an organization and if you want to help, ask what can you help with, volunteer. I mean, there's lots of, and as you grow ICPC in universities, there will be more and more people participating. You will have to have local competitions, and by volunteering to help organize those, you'll gain experience in organizing local competitions. And then when you go to your regionals, you know, you can usually again volunteer there. You know, when you go meet the organizers, get them in touch, ask if they need help. You know, volunteer to help, and that's how people, you know, get started as volunteers in their universities, champions of their university ICPC participation, to helping do the regions, to then volunteer on the World Finals.
That's great. I guess I want to point out, like, if you are such a person that loves these sorts of problem-solving puzzles, I think some natural extensions is thinking about being a coach and helping some other students get to the same place. And then if the idea of solving problems often will turn into the idea of writing problems. And if that feels daunting, it also seems like a lot of times what people need is, you know, someone's already written a problem, but they need multiple solutions, or someone who can be very careful about reading the statement and see that it's perfectly clear and the boundaries are well specified. So the barrier to entry to those are not maybe so hard that you have to think that I can just write a great problem. And at least I'll say, I'm speaking from North America, we seem to have a limited pool of people that are judges, and you pointed out that especially now the number of problem sets have gone up, and it is a challenge to have good problem sets for all of the contests that need to be run.
Yeah, it's also, do remember that the whole sports programming is a big community. It's bigger than ICBC now. There is Code Forces community that does regular matches. That's where you can practice, participate, but it's also a place where you can, first of all, you can grow, and then you can also volunteer, set up problem sets and get some experience there. So it's not, sports programming community is big, and yeah, you're right. Right now, if you're a coach and you have practiced in training your team, you definitely had to set up your own problems on your way, and that kind of puts you on the path if you want to become a judge or a person in a judging team, helping set up problems for future contestants and help grow the future generations of those problem solvers.
So then, what are some? So have you participated in this as a contestant?
Yes. So yeah, that's the path I actually explained is kind of my path. So I've that's the path I went through. So I was when I was a kid. So I participated in IUI, and there is quite a number of people who started sports programming in high school. Not everyone did, but quite a number of people did start their way to sports programs in school. And then in university, I frankly thought that's it. No more sports programming. I now have to do serious study, and turns out so I was a lucky guy in the first year where when I was a freshman in university. Our university has learned that there is such thing as International Collegiate Programming Contest, and we were invited. And since I had some credits from IUI of being into, so I was kind of the most knowledgeable person, even though being freshman, I was the most knowledgeable person what sports programming is about. So I was asked to gather a team. So I went through this. So became actually ICBC champion in my university. So I gathered a team. I've been a coach for a while, and then after that, the next generation of people became coaching, and I went to organizing competitions, judging them. So I kind of and I always looked where I can volunteer. So what's the right place? So I always looked at growing the next. I mean, the key is sustaining, maintaining these communities. The most important thing you can do is to help people that are younger, that are growing into the role. And for myself, what I can do or where I can be of help, so that and where I can help other people to get into the role and now continue their own.
A saying I like is the world is run by those who show up.
Exactly.
It's maybe I don't know the worldwide count, but there's a significant number of people that are volunteers that help create this as an event, and without it, of course, it wouldn't be possible.
And it's so around volunteers. I mean, this whole competition, I'll see all the organizers, hundreds of them, they're all volunteers. And I mean, some have been like me, volunteers for 20 years. Some people has been volunteer for a few years, then maybe they have change in life, change in whatever. But this is kind of a live organization. As some volunteers drop out for whatever reasons, personal ones. New, fresh volunteers come in because it's a great inspiring community.
It really is. Let me see here. So, how about so as a young, maybe speaking to who might be very young competitors out there, do you think you have anything to suggest for advice for just technical things like editors? For example, a sponsor here is JetBrains, and the IDE that they provide, I think, is quite efficient. So it would seem like, for example, this is like a little detail, but it also seems like important. If you were a good swimmer, you'd be concerned about details in that sport. And I think a detail in this sport is to be, in particular, very efficient at editing and debugging code, can you think of any tools or suggestions that maybe would be things to hone maybe that skill set?
I mean, in this particular sports, in ICPC and in sports programming in general, it's way more important just to practice. The tools here do matter, but they don't matter as much as other factors. So, I mean, if you're young and you're setting big goals of winning or getting medals, practice, learning algorithms and learning how to write code efficiently the best way. So practice, look at how other top competitors write code, improve, learn to write shorter code, learn to write more efficient code, learn to solve problems, not just so they pass tests, but learn to write them so that you don't have to write a lot of code for them to pass tests. It's extremely helpful to, even though usually the difference between first and second place is not who types fastest, but who thinks fastest and who can solve the problem. I mean, learning how to type fast is also helpful. So, I mean, if you're not proficient with blindly typing on keyboard with your 10 fingers, practice that separately. I mean,
just the quick touch typing.
Yeah, that will help too. And of course, for debugging in this particular sports, I mean, usually teams win that don't have to debug their solutions. But of course, like especially in the competitions like this, where there are lots of problems, you'll have to debug some. And again, whatever tool you use, learn how integrated debugger works. Is often more efficient to put a breakpoint and
trace something
to trace examine quickly than to add print statements, etc. Usually, it just gives you you can faster narrow down to a problem if you trace through it or just step through key points in your code and see whether your intermediate variables have the values you've assumed they have, etc. So that's definitely, it's not like the key skill, even if you don't know how to use integrated debugger, but you can write like really fast and really core code from the first time, you can get by. But again, having this, knowing how to debug might give you this edge between like first to second place, because it's never been a case where like a winning team made every run from the first attempt. There always will be some failures. You will have to either think or debug, and how fast you can do it. It's also is important for the results.
So let me see if I can kind of give a bit of a thought of a workflow. So I too was a participant years ago, and it does seem like the core part is what you said. It's like the algorithm, right?
Yes.
Can you look at a problem and quickly determine like what's a route that would solve this problem, and then flowing from that to an actual correct solution is an implementation problem.
Yes.
And they are two separate parts of this, and I think it's been said very many times, this is at the core, it's an algorithms contest.
Yes.
So if you're not good at algorithms and deciding which algorithms and how to compose them in a way that will solve a problem, that is maybe the core skill. But at like any very top level competition, like what are some things that would maybe kind of make the last bits of differences in two teams who are quite good? So just to be clear, someone who's much better at algorithms has a clear lead. In the formation of teams, it does seem that people try to pick spaces of which algorithms they tend to be better at. I heard an interesting optimization at that level talking to a team a couple days ago, and that was it had to do with a backup. So what they realized was they had specialized each team member to kind of one group, like a geometry group, etc. And what they realized is if there were two, say, geometry problems, what that meant that they couldn't work on two of them at once. And so they decided that they wanted that there was at least two people in their team that kind of that had a skill set in all the typical sort of problem spaces, and that way they could parallelize the algorithm part, which you just pointed out, is actually one of the core
Unfortunately,
paths to victory.
Yes, unfortunately, it also depends on the format. So this year's anti-COVID measures have differently shuffled the cards from the teams because you need typical.
Paperwork, local sites, welcomes and talks from sponsors were the order of the second day at the ICPC World Finals here in Moscow. The competitors and coaches started their day here in the Russian capital with presentations from World Final sponsors JetBrains, Huawei, and IBM Quantum, all presented technologies and their relationship to programming. This afternoon, there was a chance to visit the Tech Showcase, where games and demonstrations brought the latest in technology to life right here at ICPC. Throughout the day, regional contest directors from around the globe were busy meeting to review the successes of this year's competition season and to get a jump on the next one. This afternoon, teams made it all official with team registration and got a guided look at some of Moscow's highlights. We're looking forward to another great day tomorrow at the International Collegiate Programming Contest here in Moscow.
Okay, can you hear me? Yes, I hear you. I think that, so it was muted for a minute, so we're back. I think it's okay now. Sorry, we're working through. It's okay. Okay. Okay, sorry, we're having some audio difficulties. So, is it sounding any better? So, I'm not sure. I mean, the settings are. Huh.
And we'll do another sound check, and hopefully the sound is better now.
how you might work in a company. And,
oh, yeah.
And here is a short sound check. Hopefully the sound should be better now. This is the sound check. Thank you.
Okay. So
Okay.
now I can hear?
Can you hear me?
Okay. So this is, so the setup now is still, this is muted. Okay. Very good. So, hooray. Welcome. And my apologies for a few technical difficulties, but I'm glad you could be here, of course. Could you say a little bit about what your role is here with the ICPC?
Yes, nice to meet you all. My name is Hori. I work in Huawei Russian Research Institute, and we are the sponsor for ICPC. I'm very happy and glad to be here because we are not only the sponsor of ICPC, we are very reliable partner of ICPC for a long time. Huawei focus on the young talents development contributing for a long time. We always think that the young talents is the future of the society, of course, and Huawei. So it is very big and important role for us to supporting these youths. And we continually want to build an open research platform to the future stars and the young talents.
That sounds wonderful, and of course we couldn't possibly put together the environment of any kind of scale without sponsors like yours, and so thank you very much. So what do you see as the challenges that Huawei sees in the world, or sees as an organization in the world?
Okay. I think the world is transferring very fast. In the next 20 to 30 years, the world will transfer into a fully connected, intelligent world. And we think that needs even maybe 100 times connection, bandwidth and speed, maybe 100 times computing power, and even maybe 100 times perception ability. To reach that, Huawei is always trying to break the limits, even break the limits of channels, and maybe break the architecture of Neumann, or even Turing test. So we think there's a lot of challenging technology we need to put through in the next 20 years, and we also focus on it.
20 years sounds like a nice window for the participants of this contest. So what is Huawei's vision in those sorts of challenges?
Yes, Huawei's vision is to bring digital to each person, home, and organization, and to help to build this connected, intelligent world. This is our vision. And to make this ambition to reality, I think we must inspire the passion and courage of the entire organization and all employees. And this is the same idea like ICPC. ICPC is trying to encourage the students to solve the most challenging problems of the world, to focus on collaboration, creativity, and show their ability even under pressure. So I think Huawei in this domain have a similar idea as ICPC.
That's wonderful. So what about your goals to solve these challenges? What do you see as the path to solving these things?
I think Huawei did a lot to build this open research platform. In the past 10 years, Huawei has invested more than $110 billion to R&D, to research and development. That is quite big. In last year, we spent near 16% of annual revenue to R&D. And we have around 105,000 employees working for R&D. That is over 1.5 of our whole employee numbers. So that is a big number, and we continually invest in research and development to help to solve these challenges of this technical industry. And in the same time, Huawei has operated in more than 170 countries in the world, and we help to connect more than 1/3 of the world's population to have better connection with each other. So I think Huawei is doing our best to helping people to better connect with and to support more for the young talents, especially for ICPC.
That seems quite consistent with the idea of how our organization, the ICPC community, tries to reach to so many countries and helps hopefully to connect the technical people in those communities that are interested in solving problems, hopefully for their society and the world overall.
Yes.
So, in what ways do your values and match up to the ICPC community, and what was the values for sponsoring this contest?
As a diamond sponsor of ICPC, Huawei is always a reliable partner of ICPC organization, and we are trying to create more opportunities for the young talent all over the world. Besides sponsorships support, we also provide ICPC participants to the most challenging issues from ICT industry. There's Huawei Challenge before the finals. We provide our top experts knowledge, support, and we provide a special prize for the most talented students. Supporting education and contributing to personal development of these young talents now currently become one of our most important work Huawei. I think that we are looking forward to establish a fruitful connection with all the participants of ICPC and ICPC training centers. In the past we have over 30 ICPC winners have joined in Huawei Russian Research Institute now, together working with to we provide them the most challenging topics for the future ICT domain in information terminals, computing, and connectivities. I think we provide the best opportunity for these young talents to become stronger and stronger. We welcome all of you together with Huawei to build a better, fully connected internet. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for coming. So that was Hore, one of our global sponsors, Huawei. So with Roman, we were talking about how so much of this organization, almost all of this organization, is actually volunteer. Nonetheless, putting together these experiences isn't free, and in order to keep the costs as small as possible for everyone involved, the sponsorships are pretty so be those people.
When going to school doesn't mean you have to leave home, because they're already connected to each other. When nothing can stop you learning. When digital learning is needed, they can come to you. Welcome to a world where knowledge knows no boundaries. Technology can create new ways to access education, the foundation of the future for us all.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We are still in the contest, of course. There's quite a bit of progress. We're seeing for the scoreboard that really which ones are sort of the easier ones. And of course, easy is a relative thing. We should be getting some analyst time pretty soon to start talking about the problem set and seeing what might work best for solving these kinds of problems. We did talk about, as a contestant, what are some skills to think about for how to get better at the game. If you are listening, most of you are, I would imagine, are interested in doing better at this because it is part of what you like to do. So let's see if we can think about that. So in the general strategy for the design of a solution, the biggest sense, right, is traditional sense is called waterfall. And even though the problems are very small, in some sense that one applies. So to speak to some words, so I'm sure the community, or many of the people in the community, have heard of a style called Agile. I will say that the programming contest is not a very good model for what is thought of as Agile. In the end, each of the problem statements are small enough and restricted enough that there isn't really time to think about what is an iterative process for solving a problem. Each one of these are designed to be small enough that and well specified that kind of waterfall is a pretty good approach to how to solve a problem like this. So the core design idea, the first phase is called requirements, and essentially the problem statement is a requirements document of exactly what this solution should do and what are the boundary cases for that. Yeah. Okay. It looked like we're going to have another guest come. Let me turn on the mics. We're good?
Hey, Warren. Guest is
Hello,
not
Rob.
here yet.
Okay. So I was talking about kind of the flow of solving a problem and trying to connect it to some traditional kind of concepts in software development. So a modern design pattern or design kind of approach is called Agile, and as much as that is a valuable tool set and actually very effective, the core parts of these problems, I think the approach is more what we call waterfall. So because the problems are so well specified in a good design, you shouldn't have to try multiple times to solve one of these problems to come up with the right requirements. So in the end, for a problem like this, in the problem statements is a requirements document in the microcosm of the programming contest. And your goal there is to, as quickly as possible, decide which approach can solve the problem in a way that is efficient enough, considering how much data is going to be presented and sort of the scale of it. So the words that we use in computer science is algorithmic complexity. So the core quick questions is the solution that you plan on designing, will it be able to properly compute the answer in the time required? And what that turns into is, can you come up with an algorithm that is efficient enough? It doesn't necessarily have to be the most efficient, it just has to be efficient enough for the constraints. And that's a very real world design constraint. It's not always correct to do the most efficient solution. If you only have a list that at most is 5 long. It doesn't matter if you use bubble sort. It will still be a small amount of work compared to other parts of the problem to solve. So, so getting the algorithmic part right is fundamental. Otherwise, you have to go back to the drawing board and really just redo it if you can't come up with something that's efficient enough.
So you cannot just follow all the best practices of software engineering world, like committing your code, making explicit and implicit, right? All those things will take time, and you will breaking those rules here just to be as efficient, as fast as possible.
Yes, and one particular one that I think you'd hear a lot about is Agile. Is a great idea to like try the simplest thing that could possibly work. That is a good approach if you're pretty good at estimating possible work. So if you implement an algorithm that's order n cubed, and the data size is size 1 million, it will not run in enough time. It will have a time limit exceeded for sure. And there's sort of no reason to implement such an algorithm if you think it's going to solve a problem like this. So again, so from an efficiency point of view, if you're good at this, you need to be able to quickly decide what is worth implementing to get a problem done without having to essentially iterate and try again because it didn't actually work. So from the design point of view, I suppose the first choice that comes up would be essentially the language choice. I would imagine in many cases people are trying to decide essentially between C++ and Python. If you are particularly good and both languages are equally like fluid for you, it doesn't really matter which one you speak in roughly. I think it would come down to the question of which one it would be quickest to type for a given problem. If it's a pretty easy kind of problem and you're not worried about the time constraints.
Most important there, I guess.
So then after that, you hopefully can implement things quickly. An interesting difference that is starting to show up in different parts of this contest is the 3 computers versus the 1. I think that one's, I don't know. I think in the past there's been only 1 computer at each level to compete in, so teams of 3 have to coordinate who's writing the code for a problem, and because of essentially COVID, those rules have changed, and we have now switched to availability of 3 computers, and that's been true at different levels. And I'll say it's sort of a different game. So the strategies of the teams that have to change a little bit because it is now true that everyone can in fact write code. Right. And for younger teams, I think it is interesting that writing code too quickly is a mistake. So if you don't spend the time to decide which algorithms actually could work, rushing in to solve a problem the wrong way actually slows you down.
Right.
So a few minutes of thought and paper can go a long ways in actually being more efficient.
Right.
And so it feels like a little bit of a danger to feel like, oh yeah, the computer's in front of me and winning means writing code, so I better write code quickly.
When they actually submit solution to the JAWS, right, so decide like as a team, is it good enough? Like should you try to submit, or just is that an individual decision? If you have a locally accepted solution on the local test cases, is it you decide to submit yourself or as a team, so everybody is happy about the solution the person member has come up with?
And the other constraint also is, since everybody could be writing at the same time, I think it might feel a little more difficult to pull someone away from a keyboard to maybe a second opinion or ask for help or advice to get through something that they're stuck on.
Take out printouts, like almost similar to the ICPC setup. but in pandemic we were just hanging out in Discord or Meet.
And then when it came closer to the World Finals, we started to ramp it up again.
In Korea, there are some restrictions after pandemic, so we had difficulty to choose our place together. So sometimes we did practice remotely, like using Discord or something like that.
We had to move to an online format. We were actually, the three of us we live quite far from each other, so we didn't even have the chance to gather at least once a week so we can train together and the things that we used to do before. But we had to adapt. So I don't know, we created some Telegram group and we practiced on rounds online, and we communicated through chats and voice messages or even calls. And that's the way that we trained during most of the 2020 year.
I mean, obviously not being to train presentially is pretty bad and it's not fun, and we like being around each other, but I think the hardest part, like technically, was to adapt to the new strategies that we had to develop for this new paradigm on how to make a programming contest.
The pandemic in Taiwan was okay, so we were able to like physically be in the same place. So most of the time, but sometimes when things got serious, we have to use like Google Meet and to communicate with each other in the practice.
One difference is that we couldn't always gather in one place to solve problems like we used to, but we could still make a meeting, like an audio call, and discuss problems and use one computer. Like we didn't use it simultaneously, so we could just simulate the old rules and train as always.
So at first, in the first round of quarantine, we used to practice on Zoom or Google Meet or stuff like that, and have practice contests together. But yeah, over Zoom, just over Zoom.
Okay, so certainly COVID has changed things. The idea, what we were talking about before the break, was as a team, the idea that everybody can program at once is an interesting change. The availability of resources while coding, not at the World Finals level, but at many levels, you have access to quite a bit of information now, which is significantly different, and therefore makes it interesting from the point of view of being good at this. So if your team has to go through multiple layers of advancing, the strategies that work best, like if you're really out to win it, when you have one computer, is somewhat different than the ones that work best when there's three. And so your team has to become good at different versions of that, because you're going to face all of them if you want to proceed through the whole set of challenges that you have to face to get to the World Finals.
For sure. So let's update our viewers on the final scoreboard if they don't have access to the scoreboard from wherever they are at. So looking at the scoreboard, look like the number 1 is Seoul National University. Oh, that isn't it. It's from Asia Pacific region. And number 2 is MIT from North America. And number 3 is St. Petersburg ITMO University from Northern Eurasia. And number 4 is, I'm not sure if I could pronounce this correctly, but Nizhny of Novgorod State University. The reason is not listed. That's the top 4 teams so far, and then MIT, the #1 university has solved. Looks like this 8 problems. Right, MIT has also solved 8 problems, but because of the less time, Seoul is ahead of MIT. Is that correct, Warren? Did I see that?
That
did
seems
correctly?
correct.
Okay.
So, let's see here. So 2 to 3. Trying to point out. So if you look at the scoreboard, just the total penalties for turning things in incorrectly, MIT, sorry, so read this early. Seoul has had 1, 2, 3, 4 incorrect submissions so far total. So because of that, there 160 points of penalty is applied to them. And then on the other hand, MIT has had 3, 4, and then another, I see 7. So there's a total of 7 incorrect tries that's come in from MIT. Of course, the actual times of submitting is another part of the penalty, but 20 minutes is pretty significant in a short window of time. And certainly there's only a 100-point difference in the penalties, which is less than 3. So the 3 had MIT had as many incorrects as Seoul at this moment, then they would be first.
I see.
So the number of incorrect solutions, and you know, it's easy to be the armchair coach. I'm sure that they were confident that the solutions were correct. But again, from a strategy point of view, if it's wrong, it costs you 20 minutes per wrong try.
Okay.
And maybe, and so again, for the teams or the people listening to this, as far as a game strategy, I believe that implies that certainly two minutes of writing test cases and checking to see whether the solution you're about to turn in is correct is a fraction, right? It will cost you 2 points if it costs you an extra 2 minutes to turn something in.
I see.
And it was still right, but it will cost you 10 times that if you turn it in incorrectly. Okay, so we just saw a run on one of our other sponsors, JetBrains, and they have are also a global sponsor like Huawei. And I was talking to Roman earlier a little bit about the importance of different parts of this contest. And he did point out that fundamentally it's an algorithms contest. And so for sure, if you're not very good at algorithms, you would not do very well. Like the first thing to be good at is understanding algorithms, being good at realizing how you can use them to solve problems. I would say then the second part of it would be being good at some language to actually implement those solutions. Although I've seen teams, probably not at the World Finals level, but I've seen teams where that is two different people. You're going to have someone who's quite good at different kinds of algorithms, and then someone else who's good at taking those and making an implementation. And that can be efficient, especially if there's only one computer. So really, in the end, only one person can type the code anyways. When you are typing that code, Roman pointed out that there's always, we're just looking at the top teams, and the fact that there are certain solutions that were turned in incorrectly is not likely that you would write a solution correctly the first time. And so how to do that quickly is also part of the sequence of being really good at this, and I think just being good in the field in general. And so finally getting back to JetBrains. So JetBrains, one of their, I guess, the kind of flagship products really are the IDEs that you see at the contest, and well, I think fairly commonly used in industry because they do allow you to write code efficiently. And by that I don't mean that the execution time is efficient, it's just that the human time taken to sort of discover mistakes and repair those mistakes is lowered if you are good at some IDE. And in particular, I'd say JetBrains has worked pretty hard to make some pretty nice ones.
I see. So are contestants allowed to use the given set of tool sets, IDEs, or they can also pick and choose whatever IDEs they feel like they can?
It's not whatever they want. There's a limited set, and I'm sorry, I do not know the exact list that's available for World Finalists. Certainly, the JetBrains tools are available. So basically IntelliJ and CLion, I think would be the main ones. PyCharm for Python. But there's also, I'll say, like I'm fairly old school, Emacs and VI are tools. A quite popular tool set would be Visual Studio Code, and those IDEs. And those are all important, how do you say this? I was trying to stick to cooking analogies. So I think if you put a good cook in a bad kitchen, you'll get a better meal than you have a bad cook in a good kitchen. So the IDE is like the kitchen. And so you have someone who really understands the syntax and algorithms, is pretty clean with coding style. The degree to which the IDE matters will be less, but a good cook in a good kitchen is probably the happiest place to be. And I think a lot of that comes to whatever are good habits for that particular cook. So again, I've said I love being old school. For me, Emacs has particular efficiencies that lets me work quickly, but part of that came from a long time of working with that editor.
Sounds good. Hey Warren, let me interrupt for a second because there's new progress here on the scoreboard. Like looks like St. Petersburg's ITMO is leading now as a #1 team with 9 problems solved, and Seoul National University and MIT from North America are 2nd and 3rd respectively with 8 problems solved. So there's a new leader on the scoreboard, St. Petersburg's ITMO.
Excellent. And so that goes back to the solving more problems is more important than how many times you you attempted something, and so the fact that they got an extra problem puts them at the top.
So fairly soon there's going to be a sponsor video coming up in 44 seconds or so, just to let our viewers know.
We'll hopefully get a correct pause. I think we mentioned this is ICPC is almost 100%. The average number of volunteerness in the humans you see here is up above 98% or something like that. There's a few people on the paid staff of ICPC Global that really do work full time the whole year making this work. But ICPC Live is an example of a totally volunteer organization bringing this broadcast to you.
All right, in 7 seconds, we'll be right back after this short video.
Let's see here. So, JetBrains and their IDs are awesome, and yet a lot of times I will bring, as a salty old programmer, still bring up Emacs. And Roman was pointing out is no matter which ID you use, you need to spend some time and understand how to use it well.
Yeah.
Figuring out how to debug, I think, is one of those keys. Like how do you quickly set breakpoints and inspect call stacks and that sort of stuff really does make a big difference in finding out what's wrong. Sitting there and adding print statements to stuff is not a great way to debug a program.
Agreed. So no change yet on the scoreboard, at least for the top 4 teams. Just going down the list, the top 10. So University of Bucharest moved down to number. It's number 4. Yeah, I'm sorry, I will really not be able to pronounce some of these names correctly. But Nizhny Novgorod State University, number 5. Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology, the host university, is number 6. University of Wrocław, number 7. And University of British Columbia is 8, top 8. Faculty of Computer Science, Belgrade, is number 9. And number 10 is Kharkiv National University of Radio Electronics. And the list goes down.
So just to finish off what are called the medalist groups, the last one is National Research University of Higher School of Economics. So maybe for the people who have not or are not as familiar with how the contest works, the winner circle is bracketed. So there's a top 4, which are gold medalists, and the next group is the silver, and next group is the bronze.
Okay.
So the top 12 are medalists.
Than top 10,
yeah.
Top 10, I guess, and then number 11 for that matter is Kharkiv National University of Radio Electronics, and number 12 is National Research University Higher School of Economics, and it changes every minute or so anyway. So
it looks like there's quite a bit of activity.
Yeah.
With the with these submissions? We see some wrong answers coming in on the scoreboard.
Yeah, so looking at the problems, looks like problem number E has been solved by almost all. This must be the easiest problems to solve, I guess, right? So many teams have solved that problem, number E. And then number D looks like the second most solved problem.
So then an interesting one is problem O. It looks like there's a number of solutions submitted to problem O, and yet also a great many of incorrect.
So it's deceivingly easy.
Exactly.
Problem,
There's
right?
something deceptive about that problem statement. There might be an edge case, or maybe it's one thing where it looks like there's an easier, and I don't know the problem statement, so an easier approach that is maybe exponential or cubic or something like that, but in fact there's a more efficient n squared or something solution that you have to implement in order to solve that problem.
Right. So it could be the wrong answer or the time limit exceeded. It's not easy to tell the actual problem to the solutions is submitted, actual verdict, I would say. But looks like a large number of teams have tried and failed that problem number O for sure.
And that is interesting. We're looking at the scoreboard. It looks like we're getting a lot of wrong answers.
Right.
So wrong answer is an indication that kind of to help decipher that wrong answer really implies a misunderstanding of the logic more than a misunderstanding of the efficiency. So time limit exceeded is the kinds of error that you would expect if you thought that an n squared solution is good enough, but in fact it has to be more efficient.
Right.
That the outcome of doing that would be a time limit exceeded. The wrong answer sort of issue is misunderstanding an edge case most often. Would be that there's some extra set of conditions that your algorithm did not satisfy.
Right.
Again, for people who don't participate in the contest that much, the way these problem statements are presented, there is essentially what's called a requirements document, just a description of what the thing should do. And part of that is almost always an example or two of how it should work. Some example input, and then an example of what the output should look like. So what that means is for any team, unless it's what's in America it's called a Hail Mary, right at the end of the contest, you would at least make sure that the algorithms work against the example data before turning it in. So a wrong answer would mean that it worked for some cases, at least the example cases, but then there's some version of the problem that is being missed, apparently for problem O by quite a few people, quite a few teams are not noticing something.
For sure. All right, so just to warn our viewers, pretty soon there's a sponsor video coming up in less than 25 seconds.
So from one of our sponsors, Amazon Web Services. All right, we'll see you on the other end.
My name is Tejas Sachdeva. I'm a recent graduate from CSU Channel Islands. Ever since I've been a kid, I've always been into technology. You know, I've kind of been the person around the house who's always fixing things, you know, playing with gadgets. So that's always been an interest of mine in technology. And when it came time for me to choose a major in college, computer science was the one. My professor actually told me about AWS Educate and how he was using the platform to teach students about cloud computing. So that was really exciting for me. And that's where my journey started with AWS Educate. It was like a cloud computing 101 course for me. None of my classes in college were really about cloud computing, so I wanted to see what it was about, how it's being used in the industry, and what are the career aspects of it. 90% of companies use some aspect of the cloud. That is huge. I can take the skills that I learned here and apply them anywhere. As soon as I got exposed to AWS Educate and I got my cloud practitioner certification, it exposed me to so many different opportunities, both job related and networking opportunities, which in the end led me to this great position at AWS Educate. I'm currently the program manager intern on the AWS Educate employer team. So my task is to mainly help students get employed. Having gone through the AWS Educate program has put me in the perfect position to help future students, because I was in their shoes not just a few months ago. Working on the Educate employer team gives me a unique lens into the program, and just in my first 6 weeks I've been able to make changes to the portal, which allows a better student experience. The opportunities with AWS are endless. If you're a college student, just dive right into AWS. It's free for students. You can take the Cloud Computing 101 track and just immerse yourself in cloud computing. Don't think twice about it, just go down this road. At the end of the day, you get to learn something new, which you can apply to other areas of your life as well.
Welcome back. Amazon Web Services. So cloud computing. So thinking about the algorithms. Oh, just a moment. We're gonna bring in a new guest. Okay, we are on the air. So, would you mind introducing yourself?
Yes, this is Fredrik Niemela. I'm part of one of the contest control system teams here, finals.
That feels a little unfair. So yes, there are contest control systems. I think. So you just won a kind of a lifetime achievement award. So what was could you mention the award that?
Right. Yeah. The CADA system got an award for.
Good point.
I don't know how many years of running ICPC contests. Is it 20?
I'm sorry, I don't know, but something like that. We've all, or the two of us have been here quite a while, so it's like, I don't know, we don't want to hear about birthdays anymore.
Right, exactly. It's been a few years though.
So I imagine, so from a North American perspective, CADIS is almost synonymous with the contest. But there are some people who use other systems for the contest setup.
Oh yeah, I mean there's plenty of good systems around, and for example at North America, home for us, that's the birthplace of PC Squared, who was like the original system, which inspired many of the younger systems.
I agree that there are many other systems around. I think for the listeners, I would imagine many of you have participated in CADIS, open CADIS contests, and so that's a great place for creating problem sets and contest practice. If you're wanting to get good at this, and I think it's particularly enlightening to have a chance to ask you a few questions about some of the complexities of the judging systems, and maybe a few of the maybe interesting bits about the languages and language choices that you see from maybe collecting more of a global view of how this all works. So let's see. We'll start with the World Finals because that's where we're at. And so maybe can you explain a little bit about how that the World Finals judging system it works?
Well, so the way we run at the World Finals is that we run two completely independent systems. One that we call the primary, and one that we call the shadow. And this year, my team is running the shadow. Caddis is the shadow here, which means that the scoreboard that you see and the interface that the teams actually directly interact with, that's the other system, that's DomJudge.
So DomJudge is also quite popular system.
Yep, very good system. And we're running behind them, so we're getting a copy of everything coming in, and then we independently run it, and it's independently developed, so we're not sharing pretty much any code. And that just makes sure there isn't a bug in the judging systems. Right?
So just maybe an anecdote. Of course, there's a style of programming called pair programming. A data point about pair programming is it reduces the bug rate by about 90% to have sort of two independent eyes on a problem. I imagine independent implementations of a solution come somewhere close to that two independent developers wouldn't accidentally miss the same thing in the same way.
Right. I mean, that's the idea. And through the years, we have found a few, minor things. Typically, we find these at we run a number of contests here at the World Finals, right? So we have test contest after test contest where we replay all World Finals with the current system to try and find. And in the past, we've found some few minor things. I don't think we ever really found an issue with any of the systems at the World Finals contest. Once we found something at the dress rehearsal, which is close enough, right? That's still slightly scary, but that's good. So the system works. I mean, so far in the contest today, there's been a few differences in judgment, like a handful, 3 or 4. But for example, we have had one instance where the program crashes. On the one system, it crashes a few milliseconds before time runs out, and on the other system, times run out a few milliseconds before it crashes. So one system says time limit exceeded, the other system says runtime error because the timing
they're both incorrect, but for
right.
Okay.
And that's what the teams are doing. I mean, the judges they follow the problems, they follow they do clarifications to the teams, and the contest control system teams, we will look into all of these things. Every time there is any kind of difference, we dig into the code and see what's happening here. Is it reasonable? There was a change here. Can we explain this, or is there an issue? Right. So that's what we're doing with our time, and so far everything's good.
So let me, I guess I'll continue that thought a little. I started, part of this conversation would say this contest is fundamentally an algorithms contest. And algorithms, in a sense, are deterministic, at least the ones usually implemented here. They don't all have to be. However, the way those algorithms actually are implemented on a machine, in fact, in many cases are random. So I guess it's to me an interesting example of that would be like a Python dictionary, for example, is intentionally randomized because it's otherwise a point of denial of service attack. If the hashes were always the same, you could construct a sequence of dictionary entries that would end up being like a linear attack on a web server. And so implementations of things like hashes and that sort of stuff at the language level for scripting language like Python, Java has the same problem, that they've intentionally added randomization in their tools to avoid certain security flaws that if they were used as the back end for, say, web servers in contexts like that. Whenever they're receiving data that somebody could construct to attack them, they could become like linear versus order 1 storage systems, and therefore become a denial of service vector without the randomization. And a computer itself, the way the caching systems and that sort of stuff works, essentially they are also randomizers, and for the audience we have. I imagine also you know that that's also a security flaw. So the tools that the caching tools and that sort of stuff that allow computers to be very efficient can also be gained, and therefore can create sort of side channel attacks and that sort of stuff. But in the context of the programming contest, what that means is systems don't really have deterministic runtimes. And so if you execute code on a system, stack randomization from the runtimes that are trying to avoid security flaws, you're guaranteed that the runtimes wouldn't always be the same. And it sounds like so for the two systems that are running here, there are some other timing differences that are showing up, or do you think it is sort of those things?
Wow, okay, that was a big question. I mean, you always have to worry about the hardware, and that's one reason why we do so much testing, to make sure that all the hardware we have is equivalent enough. And
so you basically have like a mini cloud. Is that kind of how it works? That there's
no, we have local hardware. We have a number of the exact same type of laptops that the teams have. That's what we're judging on. So it's the same hardware. It's just that, you know, modern computers, even the same computer isn't necessarily the same. So you kind of want to check them before we use them. And I mean, remember last finals, we had issues with the hardware where they weren't all the same, and we had to kind of check through and switch out a few to get them same enough. So, but I mean, this is why there's always going to be submissions that might be right at the limit, and at some point you have to make a decision, obviously. But you just want to ensure that there aren't any bugs in our systems, and that's making unfair judgment, right? So that's why we do the duplicate system to verify, because it's unlikely that we'll have the same bug, you know, in exactly the same way, because they're independently developed by different teams. And I think that's a strength. I mean, we do the same thing in North America at the North American Championship, but then we also run double systems. So this year we were running PC Squared and Caddis. So everything was judged by both systems, and that way we verify the correctness of the contest. And you know, I think that's a pretty nice thing.
It is good. I think for the listeners, part of maybe the story I'd like to point out is, as much as it seems like it's a deterministic game, it isn't, because there is a certain amount of randomness that's forced upon you from randomness in the systems that they're being run on. And so figuring out how to get to an answer right on the border is a difficult problem. And this is and Caddis, Tom Judge, PC Squared are all examples of systems that do a quite good job of solving that problem, or having a good working solution to that problem. It's not solvable in the sense that randomization is part of just how systems are designed. So let's see, for teams or maybe younger listeners, what are maybe some insights that you would like to share about programming languages? Maybe not just from this contest, but from Caddis, from years of experience of submissions that have come through systems like that.
It's also a fairly open-ended question. I mean, there's a lot of fun languages. It's always nice to try something new, right?
That's a good point. An interesting one that I've enjoyed. There's a game, not Caddis or any of these sort of styles where your timing is the goal. There's a game called Code Golf, where your handicap is 1 point for every character you type, and so the goal is to type the very, very shortest program possible.
I kind of like APL for that.
Okay.
APL is one of those brain twisters where if you start coding in APL, it's just gibberish. You can't really do it. And then after spending too much time with APL, you rewrite your brain, and then you can't imagine why You know, why you wouldn't get it? It's completely obvious.
So I guess for me, where I was thinking about for that, as far as a skill for getting good at this game, like that game, I think if you chose to essentially play code golf in your language of choice, let's say C++, it's in fact it's quite popular here. As terrible of a habit as that might sound, it does help you, or ask you.
My name is Ruslan, and I have been an intern at
very
IBM
small
Quantum
details
this
about the
summer.
language
My name is Yeva.
that you might
My
not otherwise
research
know,
at IBM
that
focused
allow
on
you to
studying
write things
pharmaceutically
compactly,
important
and
reactions
in this
using
contest
quantum
being efficient
computers.
in
Hi, my
translating
name is
what's in
Rachel
your
Lee,
head
and I'm currently a sophomore
into
at Harvard
a
studying
working
computer
code
science and
is
statistics.
a
I'm
bit of a
Ramnik
problem.
Tautanamo here to
And so
talk about my
understanding language
IBM
really,
Quantum
really well,
internship
games like code
experience.
golf encourage you to look into all those details and syntax.
No,
Going
absolutely.
for an internship at
I
IBM
mean,
Quantum
code
was
golf
a no-brainer for me.
Implementing configuration
very much
management
promotes
functionalities
terrible
to
code
the
that you
Q-Tracker
should never do.
tool.
I
But
knew
it's
very
fun,
less about
and
quantum
you know,
computing, and I just wanted to give it a
does
try.
force you to understand language thoroughly, which it's
Right.
Right,
So,
that's a good thing.
Exactly. So it's interesting. And I agree with everything you just said. It is a terrible way to write code.
Like
and
at summer
yet,
school, I learned
there's
so
this
much about
benefit
quantum
that comes
computing
out
that I hadn't known
the
before.
understanding language.
And it was just
Right.
definitely a
And
deep
so
dive
that
into
helps
theory,
in the context
helping
of
me
this
to
other
learn
contest,
more
the one we're in now.
about the complex math that underlies
because,
on quantum computing
it
and all the
allows you to use some
technical
little
details
corners
that go into
quickly
creating
get
quantum
something finished.
circuits and quantum hardware.
And in a more normal situation of code development, it is nice to know what your language can do. I would say you could
It
easily
looked
be fired
encouraging
for
for
writing
me to
code
apply,
code
to work with IBM
in
Quantum,
a
and
sort of
I'm
normal production
humbled to have
environment.
had this opportunity.
It's a world-class science, and it's done by world-class groups.
This internship has definitely changed my future plans.
I realized that IBM offers this really great and unique space in between academia and industry for people to research. And so I'm definitely also really excited to explore that as a potential career option in the future as well.
Okay, we're back. So that's it. So the one of our sponsors, the IBM Quantum. So I think that's certainly an interesting space to.
That's interesting. You see the Seoul National, in the lead now.
Okay.
That's the fix they just did for problem B. It's one at distance one. So 0 changed to 1.
And they found their mistake.
So what do you think about problems?
I have not had a chance to look at them carefully, and I have also not had a chance to have one of the analysts come in and have a chance to talk about them.
You get some of the judges in there too.
I agree.
Yeah.
So we will certainly have them when we can find their time and schedule them in.
We were a little bit worried before the finals about the run times and the time requirements for some of the problems, but the judges assured us it would be fine, and so far they have absolutely been right. Everything is running very, very smoothly.
So you were concerned about this, like the amount of time it would take to execute.
Well, we have this classic, the judges typically want to have longer run times so they can have bigger data, so they can make sure even more that they test everything properly. And as a system side, we typically want shorter run times, fewer files, so that we can be sure to be able to run it in time and give a result back to the teams in a timely manner. So we have this little conflict always playing out, trying to find the optimum.
So I'll say, I guess again for the listeners, there's a bit of a kind of a mathematical problem there. So some languages are slower, right? And so if you want to accept a range of algorithms, some n to the p or something like that style solution, the constraints of the problem is to have a limited amount of time to execute the code, and so therefore what's the right data size that lets the the best solution in the slowest language that you want to accept still work well. And then of course the best solution in the fastest language might also let something that was like an unacceptable algorithm pass in the faster language. And so it's I would call it a needle necessarily, but there's a big window that you have to pass through from a complexity point of view, and it does create sometimes some pretty large data sets. So from the point of view of Caddis and over its history, one thing that's true is computers have gotten faster. You probably noticed that. And so what do the judge systems, if anything, do with time limits of older problems?
Well, so one thing we do is that the problem format that we're using to package the problems, it doesn't specify time limits in seconds. It specifies time limits as functions of specific sets of programs.
Okay, so it's a factor of...
It's done in a way that you should be able to, if you can take an old problem, run it in the hardware and say, well, the equivalent time limit for this would be these many seconds.
So if you have a problem set that was turned into Caddis, making this all up, 12 years ago, those times that are, at least in the past, written on the problem set would be interpreted differently on the Caddis system.
Right. We would, when we installed them on your hardware, we calculate the equivalent time and set that time up. So that's that's nice, because if you say computers, not all computers are exactly the same.
Right.
So
yeah, it does seem like a nice choice would be to have the problems, if you're again in the kind of the practice world, could calibrate those numbers to your own laptop. So a contestant from anywhere around the world could use a quite old system if that's what they have access to, and still have what feels like a fair way to judge whether what they're doing is correct or not.
Right.
Let's see. So languages. So what about this? Just sort of thinking about Caddis, and since we've all been, or the two of us have been here a little while, what about changes in language? So over time, what is C++ has evolved, and the same is true for every language. It's quite natural, and so what is there ways to accommodate the fact that perhaps older programs might no longer compile, like a judge solution may no longer be able to determine the correctness of a solution that is not deterministic.
Yeah, we don't really have any approach for that, but it hasn't been an issue yet.
Okay.
I guess it's possible that some old problem has a C solution, and modern C compiler wouldn't do the same. I guess that's theoretically possible. There are some backwards incompatibilities, aren't there? But we haven't run
The auto
into it.
keyword. There's a few. I agree. It's pretty subtle.
Right.
Python is a good example, but Python is new in the contest set. So I think, actually, I don't know how many I don't know, reference examples are written in Python 2, which has now been deprecated. Right. So I wonder where that might go eventually. For reference point.
I don't got a good answer for you there, but I mean, obviously it's theoretically possible, but it hasn't been an issue yet.
Okay, so then what do you see as like maybe some interesting things that came out of this year's interesting timeline and infrastructure for getting the contest put together? What the contest might look in the future because of changes like the onlineness, the three contestant or three laptops per
the
team.
Machines is clearly a big difference, and it kind of changes the sport a bit. It's not the same contest to have 3 machines versus 1 machine. you know, I think it was this year. It was probably a necessary evil. We don't want to run it this way. I think the ICPC contest form is one team, one machine. You know,
that certainly has been that.
That's part of, you know, how you do this competition. Now this year, we couldn't do it, and that's a pity. But you know, I don't like this contest format as much as the real thing. I mean, that obviously is that's just an opinion. I'm sure there are people who like this, but I don't think this is the proper ICPC style contest.
So what do you feel like it changes? Maybe, I think I'm asking that question not from an infrastructure point of view, but from maybe from a team dynamics point of view. Is that kind of what you don't like about it?
It is if you have 3 people on a machine, then you have to handle the computer, and you have to put the right person at the computer at the right time. You have to think about what problem to work on. You have to, you know, the team dynamics is different, and also the team composition. You know, with 3 machines. Now you just want the 3 best individual coders, right? And split up problem set that solve a third each as quickly as possible. With 1 machine, 3 people, there are other ways you could work together.
So, and you really need to. You need to have people that are efficient.
Well, I mean, if you look at the good teams, very often they will, you know, they will share the time at the computer, but they're going to work independently on 3 different problems, because if you can solve the problem on your own, offline, you know, pen and paper, and then you jump into the machine and code it up and submit it and get right, then that's very efficient. But it's not that one is wrong and the other's right, it's just different, right? And I always liked the ICPC style team competition on computers. Now this year, I get it why we had to do it like this, and I think that's fine. I hope we can switch back to normal for next year.
I see your point.
See what happens.
Sort of thinking back to, I'll say, my contestant days, the fact that there's only 1 computer in many cases meant that the other 2 people were discussing and working on a whiteboard or something like that, trying to come up with a solution. Of course, in this situation, without the code setting, it'd be like this team right here. That the interactions are maybe more emphasized when there's 1 machine, and it's just required or more required that the other team members communicate. And that might be a lot more like what a team expectation would be in a bigger world setting, right? That you're not going to contribute in some company as just yourself, and you need to be able to be good at having that fast communication, efficient communication with your team members. That's a nice skill set to have.
Right.
Welcome to the Invitational. Let's run the resolver. University of California at Berkeley tried to solve problem L and they move up. Lebanese American University solved 2 problems. Facultad de Ciencias, Universidad Nacional Autónoma de Mexico move up. The University of Western Australia solved problem F and they move up. University of Zagreb solved problem K and they move up. Nanjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics can solve problem J or problem M and they finish in 51st place. New York University tried to solve problem L and they move up. China University of Mining and Technology solved problem L and they move up. Columbia University and their attempt on problem L is also successful. University of Engineering and Technology VNU move up. Instituto Tecnológico Superior del Sur de Guanajuato are in 50th place. Ateneo de Manila University, they cannot solve problem K, what about problem M? And they stay in 49th place. Shanghai University have attempts on problem K, but it was unsuccessful, maybe problem L. Also unsuccessful, congratulations, on 48th place. Shanghai University, first to solve problem H. University of California at Berkeley end up on 47th place. China University of Mining and Technology did not success in solving problems A or M and finish in 46th place. New York University tried to solve problem K, unsuccessful. Another attempt on problem I is also unsuccessful. 45th place. Facultad de Ciencias, Universidad Nacional Autónoma de Mexico, 44th place. University of Engineering and Technology, VNU, 43rd place. The University of Western Australia, their attempt on problem M is unsuccessful. They finish in 42nd place. East China Normal University tries to solve problem F and they move up. University of Science, VNU HCM move up. The University of Texas at Austin move up, solving problem L. Zhengzhou University try to solve problem K and they move up. Columbia University finish in 41st place. University of Zagreb cannot solve problem L, but what about problem F? Also unsuccessful and they stay on 40th place. Escuela Superior de Computer Instituto Politécnica Nacional try to solve problem L and they move up. University of Wisconsin Madison and 18 attempts on problem K are unsuccessful and they finish on 39th place. McGill University try to solve problem K and they move up. California Institute of Technology solves problem M and they move up. Fuzhou University solve problem L and they move up. Azeda University also successful in solving problem L. University of Auckland can't solve problem K or problem L and they finish in 38th place. Georgia Institute of Technology try to solve problem K and they're unsuccessful. What about problem L? Also a no. Southwest Minzu University and their attempt on problem L is unsuccessful, so they finish in 36th. KAIST try to solve problem L and they finish in 35th place. Hanoi University of Science and Technology and it's a no. National Tsinghua University and problem M is a yes and they move up. Zhongshan Sun Yat-sen University do not solve problem M and they finish in 33rd place. Escuela Superior de Computer Instituto Politécnica Nacional cannot solve problem B and they're in 32nd place. University of Science VNU HCM finished 31st. Fuzhou University finished on 30. East China Normal University try to solve problem L and they stay on 29th. University of Texas at Austin, an attempt on problem K is unsuccessful. They finish in 28th place. Zhengzhou University and problem M is unsuccessful and they finish in 27th place. Waseda University finish in 26th. California Institute of Technology on 25th. McGill University on 24th. University of Waterloo an attempt on problem L is unsuccessful and they finish in 23rd. Shanghai Jiao Tong University tries to solve problem L and they move up. Beijing Normal University attempt on problem M is also successful. National University of Singapore solve problem M and they move up. National Tsinghua University tries to solve problem L and they finish in 22nd place. Universidad Nacional de Ingeniería FC try to solve problem L and they finish in 25th place. Fudan University and problem M is a yes and they move up. Peking University problem K is a yes and they move up. The Chinese University of Hong Kong problem M is a yes and they move up. Shandong University problem K is a yes. Southeast University China problem M is a yes. Utrecht University and Leiden University move up. University of Tsukuba solve problem B and they move up. Shanghai Jiao Tong University solve problem A, L and they move up. Beijing Normal University have a no on problem A, C. What about problem K? They move up. National University of Singapore cannot solve problem K and they stay in 20th position. Fudan University solve problem F and they move up. Southeast University China finish in 19. University of Tsukuba finish in 18. Peking University tries to solve problem B, unsuccessful. They finish in 16th place together with the Chinese University of Hong Kong. Peking University first to solve problem K. Shandong University finish in 15. Utrecht University and Leiden University solve problem M and they move up. Beihang University solve problem A. Hangzhou Jiangsu University finish on 14th. Hangzhou Jiangsu University first to solve problem M. Shanghai Jiao Tong University finish on 13. Shanghai Jiao Tong University first to solve problem F. Beijing Normal University tries to solve problem L and they finish in 12th. Beijing Normal University, high honors. Fudan University tries to solve problem B and it's a yes and they move up. Bina Nusantara University tries to solve problem D and it's a no. Problem B is also a no. They finish in 11th place. Bina Nusantara University, high honors. Utrecht University, Leiden University finish in 10th place. Utrecht University, Leiden University, high honors. Beihang University finished 9th. Beihang University, high honors. Kyoto University tries to solve problem B and they move up. Zhejiang University tries to solve problem A and they move up. Fudan University is 8th. Fudan University, bronze medalists. Tsinghua University, problem A is a yes and they move up. Kyoto University finish in 7th. Kyoto University, bronze medalists. Zhejiang University tries to solve problem B, tries to solve problem C, and they finish in 6th. Zhejiang University, bronze medalists. National Yangming Chiaotong University, they try to solve problem F, but they stay on the 5th place. National Yangming Chiaotong University, bronze medalists, and first to solve problem J. Nanjing University, attempt on problem F is a yes and they move up. Swarthmore College, 14 attempts on I, 8 attempts on B, or 3 attempts on J, and they're all unsuccessful. They finish in 4th place. Swarthmore College, bronze medalists, and first to solve problem A. Tsinghua University tried to solve problem I, and it is a no, they are 3rd. Tsinghua University, silver medalists, and first to solve problems E and L. Nanjing University tries to solve problem J, and it's a yes and they move up. And then University of Tokyo, they try to solve problem D, and it's a yes and they move up, which means that they are the winners. Nanjing University, silver medalists. Problem I is also a yes, and now problem J, it is unfortunately a no. Congratulations to the University of Tokyo, the winners of the ICPC World Finals Moscow Invitational. The University of Tokyo, gold medalists and first to solve problems B, D, and I. Congratulations to the winners of the ICPC World Finals Moscow Invitational.
Well, all right. So congratulations, everyone in the Invitational. That was, as we talked with Roman, people who could not travel to the World Finals wanted to create a venue that was respected the idea of a world-class competition, and still allowed them to compete, even though for whatever reasons they couldn't participate in this in person. So just one moment. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, hello.
Hello.
Could you please introduce yourself?
Yes, I'm Mike Levin. I'm an ACM ICPC alumni. I was with the team of Moscow State University. It was actually many years ago in 2007 and 2008. Now I am a Yandex employee. I'm a director of AI at Yandex Market Service, which is our marketplace. And I just came here to see some old friends. Some of them are still solving, although they did it 15 years ago, but they're like solving in parallel with the teams right now.
Oh, interesting. So they're playing along.
Yeah.
Because it is fun to participate in that way. So Yandex. So I'm a foreigner. I come from the United States, and so I haven't had as much experience with Yandex as very clearly is true here in locally. So maybe what was your experience with Yandex, and how did you get started with them? And maybe with that and your connection with the ICPC.
Yeah, well, actually, I started at Google in Moscow after I finished my.
Right there. Go ahead.
Yeah, right after the second finals, basically, I started at Google Moscow, and I worked there for 2.5 years. But then I was invited to Yandex, and they offered me a bigger role and more responsibility, and I agreed. And also, by the time I've already been teaching at their school, which is called Yandex School of Data Analysis. It just was created in 2007, and it was a huge success because basically there was only fundamental education in Yandex universities like mathematics, physics, and so on, but not so much programming. It was all either you're participating in programming competitions and you teach yourself basically, or maybe you start working and somebody teaches you at work, but there was no good programming or computer science education, and the school was created as a means to create a community of people who both know computer science well, machine learning well, programming well, and it has recently graduated the 1,000th student from there. So I was teaching there algorithms, obviously, and after a year of teaching, they invited me to work at Yandex, and I've been working there since then, since 2009.
So, sorry, I want to ask a clarifying question because so the Yandex school is a school available to the Yandex employees?
No,
or
it's an open school, and mostly students of top Russian universities apply there. It is free of charge, but although people study at the university, they still find it very valuable for them to also get this additional education, which is, although it is made by a company, it is fully free of charge, but it is very competitive. Like around 4,000 people apply each year, and only like 100, 150 we accept every year. So it's pretty big competition to get in there.
That's interesting. Very interesting. I had not heard of that at all. So that's and as an employee, you were an employee of Google at the time that you were.
Yeah, but I was teaching there. Just many people taught there, and they were not Yandex employees. They were mostly professors in universities which taught respective courses, but also some of the ICPC alumni were teaching courses on algorithms. Like Maxim Babenko was the lecturer. I was the main teaching assistant for the course, and so people from different companies actually were teaching there, and mostly not from the campus but from universities.
So where is this going? So you have changed company at least once then. So is that true? So you started from college to Google, and then
well, mostly I also before Google I've worked for a year in a small company that probably no one knows the name of it, but then I transferred to Google after I've participated in a Google Code Jam, got interviewed there, and then got into Google. Then I switched to Yandex, and since then I have only switched departments within Yandex. I've worked in many places like Yandex Traffic, which is traffic jams prediction, advertising system, and there was a internal startup called Yandex Data Factory, which was trying to help other companies to solve machine learning problems. And now I'm at Yandex Market for the last 4 years, and we're trying to build a marketplace. So we had a working #1 service for price comparison, for comparison shopping, and now we're trying to transform it into a marketplace. And it's really a battle for e-commerce here in Russia right now.
Okay, so my experience so far is the Yandex is certainly a big player in just a number of industries here. It seems like.
Yeah.
So maybe thinking about our audience, what are some of the skills maybe highlighting what came from ICPC as far as skills that you feel like you use, and then what are some important skills that are different from this sort of world that you feel are important for having successful careers?
Yeah, so the skills that were very useful from ICPC in the first place is like problem solving, and in particular computer science and algorithms, which is what most IT software companies are asking at the interviews, and also you do apply them in real work if you get lucky. I mean, mostly people don't get to problems where you really need to apply some complex algorithms. But if you seek for it, then you can find areas and problems where you do need to apply those. Mostly, the most interesting work, I think, is either in infrastructure of these companies or in machine learning, where I went to. And another important skill is teamwork, and obviously it's very important in ACM, ICPC. Teamwork is very important in companies because you basically cannot create anything on your own, because the system is too big for any one person to even understand how it works. It was like 15 years ago, no person at Google considered that knows exactly how the thing works.
Okay.
Same thing goes for many other systems by now. So yeah, teamwork is very important. But what is maybe not so important in ICPC, but is more important in real work, are some other soft skills, like working with non-technical people, or at least less technical people, to be able to translate from what business needs into some technical mathematical problem, and back from technical problem to what's actually going on, to people who try to manage this and help everyone to coordinate and get to the common goal, and people who can really translate from one world to another are very important. And I think that the golden people are those who can both solve technical problems and product problems. So those who not only understand how to approach, how to set up a technical problem and solve it, but also understand what the users need of your product, whatever you're working on, and how to actually understand what users want, how to quickly experiment to understand it better, and how to translate from user needs to what do you need to actually implement.
So just to speak to some things that kind of connecting of other of earlier conversations, anybody's listening to that as a flow. A way I think I said that earlier in the broadcast was the contest problems
Two Sigma
are
last
sort
summer,
of
and I
waterfall.
returned this
You know
fall
the
primarily
name
because
for
of the people I met.
I feel like people
the
here
way to develop
genuinely
a
form a
solution to
community
something.
around shared interests, usually a shared passion
In
for
the
science
real
and
world,
tech.
it is more
Honestly speaking,
appropriate to think
finance
of it
was
what's
on
called
my list
agile.
when I started job hunting.
In
But
contest
when I
problems,
came here, everyone
the
was
requirements
so
document
smart and
is something
so
that a
friendly
judge
and so
has spent a
sincere.
lot of time
And I
to very
feel like
carefully
my
write and
skill
have
set can
correct,
be truly valued
and
here,
therefore
that's
you kind of
something really
just
important
have
to me.
one
There's so many
thing to
cool,
work to
exciting
solve.
projects to work on,
And
I know
in
I'm
the
gonna
real
be working with
world,
those people
the
that
iterative
are
approach
super knowledgeable, and
is
that's
much
what
more
drives me to move
likely
forward.
to
At other
work
tech companies I've worked at, you
because
kind of feel
of the
like
fact that
you're
you tend
a
to
very,
not be
very
talking
small
with
part of a
technical
very,
people.
very large thing, and
And
that
it's just
you're kind of
reasonable to think
expendable
that
that
people
way.
don't
Whereas here,
ahead of time know exactly what they want
in my
without seeing
success.
some examples.
This is just the perfect
And so,
place to be.
And from one
yeah,
point,
I'm
it is
pretty
harder
happy I made
because
that
you
decision.
need to clarify the problem during the time that you're working on it. But from the other hand, it gives you freedom, because actually in the real life there are so many ways to solve a problem such that the result is acceptable and is actually very good. In ICPC, typically there is one, maybe two ways to solve the problem, and there is only one really acceptable result. Either you get it correct and in time, or it's a wrong answer. But in the real life, maybe some approximate answer will do.
Sorry.
Okay.
I think that the video is finished. I think maybe we were talking over a different video stream, but what I'm seeing here is we're on live stream again. So I think we're going to continue with our conversation.
Okay, so what I was talking about is, like, in the real world problem, I don't always have just one correct answer. There can be many of them, and the real problem is how to implement a solution in such a way that it is in some sense cheaper, faster, and gives an acceptable answer, rather than just implement this one particular problem, which is very specified, like in ICPC.
So maybe to say that in a different way. So knowing that you can solve something and to know what is acceptable is important. In some sense, it's just a looser sense of what a requirement is. Correct is correct in the context of what they need, and if that includes like efficiency from the point of view of cost or time, implementation time, then that's totally fine. And certainly the idea that many implementations could be great, and a big part of real world implementations is choosing from many like good solutions and pick one that's acceptable and move forward. There's a saying, I think this might be a bit more North American, I don't know. The word is analysis paralysis. That if you always want the most perfect solution, you spend forever not getting anywhere because there is none, and it's nice to be able to move forward. Okay, so you said that you're here because you have a group of friends associated with the ICPC. Are they contestants? I imagine they're
mostly my friends are already former contestants, but some of them are currently solving the problems and they're streaming it, and it's actually advertised here. It's Petr Mitrovic, who is my friend, and he was my coach for some time, and Gennady Karatkevich, who is like the #1 competitor in the world currently by many different ratings, and Misha Tikhomirov, and they're solving it in a team. And I think that there are around 9 problems, or maybe already 10 problems right now as the top teams in the real contest. Yeah, and also there are some friends who are coaches of different universities from various cities in Russia, and also some former competitors who also come here to talk with friends. Some of them are doing the live in Russian and so on.
Excellent. I've been trying to stick to this as a theme in the discussion. So there's a vast number of volunteers needed to make all this work, and many of them started out as competitors, and it sounds like it also is true that many of the people you compete with end up being longtime friends, because you do spend a great deal of time together and have a very common set of interesting things to talk about. That can be important for your career, but also just be the reason why you choose to visit.
And it was so cool when we just finished our sport competitive programming career and went working. What I wouldn't expect before that we would all end up in the same company, in the same office basically, but like 3 of us were in Google Moscow office, 1 of us was in Google St. Petersburg office right after the university. We spread out later a little bit, but it was very cool working with friends that you spend so much time in university, and I didn't expect that would happen.
That is interesting, and it is a nice thing, even I guess for the other listeners, that it is a bit of a community, just to say that you're a contestant or were a contestant, and find those other people in the organizations, right?
Yeah.
And say hi and have a few connections. It's always nice to have connections when you can.
Yeah.
Think of any other thoughts for here. So there is one change, maybe as a fairly recent contestant, maybe you can try to speak a little bit to it. So one kind of team dynamic change that I think fairly significant is the idea that there are now 3 computers instead of 1. And you did point out as an important skill set is the idea of working as a team. How much of a team dynamic do you sort of lose, or out of the new behavior you might see with everyone having their own platform to work on?
I would say this is a pretty significant change, and I've learned about this change not long ago actually. I think this changes basically everything. So when we were competing and there was only one computer, there were very different teams. So some teams were of 3 individuals who are very strong individually. They don't really need to communicate much. They just switch places and solve problems, and that's what's going on. But there were a lot of teams where people were adding to each other's skill sets very naturally, and that was a totally different kind of team. So me personally, I was in 2 totally different teams. So my first team, it was a team where there were different skill sets. My friend was like the best coder. One other friend was a specialist in graph theory and flows and problems on that topic. And I was something in the middle. I was some kind of a mathematician who solves problems, but also could implement them, but not as well as the person who codes. So the responsibilities were divided into one coding more of the problems, another one solving more of the problems, another one solving particular kind of problems. And also there was a different separate responsibility for me to test when something doesn't pass. And then the person who's coding very well, he gets another problem, starts coding, and I just read the code and try to find bugs without using the computer. And there was this whole thing about printing your problems and finding bugs just from the paper. And another team, second team I was participating in, we almost didn't communicate. We were just 3 individuals. Everyone solves his own problems. Sometimes if there's a bug, someone can help you to find it, because it's typically easier to find a bug in someone else's code than your own, which you believe should work.
Yeah, it's the fourth wall. You don't see it, right? You need someone else to see it.
Yeah, but it was a totally different team. And now I think with 3 computers, such teams with 3 strong individuals have a huge advantage, because basically if all of them are targets on Topcoder and gross, I don't know, the top competitors at Codeforces, everyone can solve very hard problems very fast, then they're at advantage as compared to the team where there is a top coder and a very good mathematician but who doesn't know how to code well, how to debug, how to solve something from the first attempt. And so I think it's not really very positive change, but of course it's a necessary change for the time. But maybe I think they'll reconsider in the future, and maybe when everything with the pandemic fans out, maybe they'll return to the old ways.
So it is interesting. I had Frederick here and kind of asked a similar version of that question. But it's great to hear your version of really what is the dynamic change that happened because of that. And it is interesting, from a skills point of view, you can think of, I guess, sort of individual skills that make you better. There's some quite sort of simple but practical things like being very good at typing, knowing how to use an IDE, that can make you more efficient. And you could say, like, you can be a team of 1 with these sorts of problems and be good algorithms, good at language, and good at using an IDE and getting the implementation correct. But that does not match that well to many of the real-world problems where, in the end, no one person, as you pointed out, can understand the whole thing anyways, and you will not make progress if you think that's going to work for you. You have to communicate and share things.
So that's why one computer was brilliant.
So I thank you. That's a great insight. I want to ask a different version of the question that compares to the real world. So the restricted amount of information that you can bring as a team to a competition also feels quite different from the real world. Obviously, if you're trying to solve a problem, no one's going to unplug you from the internet to make it harder. So, I guess what is your maybe experience, thoughts about that part of the contest?
Yeah, well, it was always an interesting side. So there is a team notebook which which is allowed to the World Finals, and which could be a pretty thick notebook. And we were always preparing thick notebooks with some implementations of algorithms, of complex algorithms that we don't remember and we are not sure we can code them without mistake.
Just a sec. Just a moment.
Yeah, so we
were talking about the the documentation and access to information and how that's different.
Yeah. So we were always preparing these thick team notebooks with the most complex algorithms that we don't remember and are not sure we can code them in first attempt without mistakes. But on the other hand, the most experienced competitors who are older told us that basically it never happens in the World Finals that they give a problem that is based on one of those super complex algorithms. It's typically more of you have to come up with an original idea rather than you have to apply a known but very complex algorithm. And it turned out to be mostly true. I don't remember time when we actually needed to open this notebook and type something from there. So this is one side of the story, but on the other hand it really restricts the set of problems that can be allowed at the World Finals, and there are a lot of other competitions, including international tournaments which take place annually and where you are actually allowed to use pre-written code, and it changes a lot, and I think it makes everything a lot more fun because there are some algorithms that you understand pretty well, but there is so much code to write to implement them and it's not too interesting to code them up every time, so it's much easier to just copy your implementation, or some participants even create libraries that they can import and use, and I think that's interesting and could make World Finals more interesting if they allowed for usage of pre-written code, but maybe it would create a disadvantage to participants who are less experienced and they don't have these pre-written code sample for many problems as opposed to people who train a lot. And so maybe it's a good thing because it helps to find some brilliant minds who can code something up from scratch without the need for the pre-written code and the well-known algorithms.
So I'm not saying this is correct, and of course this is something that one like maybe where we started. There is not a correct answer in this case. It's a discussion. Perhaps an interesting side effect of this is how do I say this? You would not be very good at speaking English if you thought the correct way you would be fine to go look up every word before you used it. Right? That would be a very inefficient way to try to speak. So in order to be fluent in a language, you have to commit a significant amount of time and effort into kind of getting it all in your head as opposed to outside of it as a reference. And so perhaps, I'm not saying this is true, but perhaps it's true that by saying that you really need to understand a language so well that you don't need an external reference to implement even the simplest of algorithms, or maybe some level of algorithms.
Yeah, I totally agree with that part. I mean,
it puts all that in your head,
and
then suddenly it forces that sort of fluidity, so that you really know a language in a way that you're not always looking at a dictionary. Right? In the end, it is yours.
It's funny, I didn't even think of it because it was so natural that you have to know the language well enough that you don't think how to do this simple thing in one line. You don't Google it, you just write it. It was on a totally other level, whether you can implement, I don't know, suffix tree from scratch or not. But of course you know how to use a set, a vector, a map, or a dictionary in your language of choice. So
right. I think it does force your hand though to take those steps, and that means that the team members that have gotten to the point where they're as good as they are to certainly participate at this level or do well at regionals, they know their languages well enough that they are quite fluent, and they're not using the internet as the dictionary to try to essentially speak in C++, right, or whatever language that they choose. So it is, while sort of oddly artificial, it maybe creates a nice side effect for the people that are willing to take that as a step. Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to maybe say or would like to share?
Don't have any agenda. It was nice.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yeah. Can you?
Yeah, let's go ahead and turn on the camera.
I think it's kind of weird though.
Yeah, it's short.
Okay.
This is the best I got.
That's fine.
Welcome to Volunteer ICPC live stream. So we are all on. Welcome. So, if you don't mind, could you introduce yourself?
Hello, my name is Anton, and I'm here with JetBrains, so one of the sponsors.
Hello.
Yeah, and I used to participate in this competition. Like, I went to the finals like twice, 2010, 2011, I think. Harbin and Orlando. Yeah, like, but back in the day, I haven't really participated since. So, like, yeah, I won't do well now at all. Yeah.
So maybe before we go into a little bit of the JetBrains bit, just
Sure.
I happen to I'm a regional contest director for North America.
Yeah.
Therefore, I have gone to a number of these world finals as a part of the organizing group. And so I was also in Harbin, and I was also in Florida,
Really?
as a regional director.
Yeah.
And so just kind of remarkably different weather.
Yeah. Yeah, the temperature difference was like, I think, like 70 degrees centigrade or something.
Oh, that
between
sounds
those
about
two.
right. So one, I guess they're both wonderful experiences. Do you maybe want to share a little bit about what you remember about those two?
Well, I didn't like do trips much, like back in the days. So it was very interesting to me. And in Harbin, it was in winter. It was very cold, but then they had like they built stakers out of snow. Yeah, so
Yes.
like, and we even participated in, like, we built our own of some kind. Yeah, so that was kind of fun. Also, I've never been to China before, and I haven't been since. It was like a unique experience for me. Yeah, and for Orlando, like US, like same thing. Like it's like I've been there before, but not to Florida. So like, funny enough, like the thing I remember most, ice cream with bacon.
So maybe a little context. If I'm trying to do conversions. Sorry, in America we use this thing called Fahrenheit, but in Harbin I think the temperatures were at the lows were about -20, and a great thing there is they have this ice festival. They have a river whose name I've forgotten. It's been a long time.
Yeah.
But they spend a lot of the season carving giant chunks of ice, and then they make this wonderful like ice city, which was there.
Yeah.
And that was a great experience there. And then in Orlando, I guess I don't know how to speak this. Sort of the capitalists of America have built lots of theme parks.
Yeah.
In a quite warm place. There, it's more like 25, maybe warmer, 30.
So it's Fahrenheit though.
In Celsius.
Yeah.
I'm trying to stick to Celsius
Okay.
since we're in Russia.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
So -20 in Harbin, about +30 in Orlando, and both had theme parks. Just one had parkas, and the other one you had ice cream. You wanted ice cream. The other one you didn't want ice cream. The ice cream was everywhere. So, okay, back to here. So Moscow is certainly quite squarely in the middle of that. So it's a pretty comfortable 6 degrees or so here. Sort of nice fall weather.
Yeah, in between.
And maybe as a distance, I don't know. Asia is such a big place. I'm not sure how far Harbin is from here, but it is a nice place to spend some time. And I guess just as apparently we've had some connection with ICPC for a long time. JetBrains has had a long sponsorship experience with ICPC as well. And I've actually brought them up quite a few times now already in just the discussion about IDs and that sort of stuff. And I think it would be great. So it sounds like you're part of the core development team with them? What is your role there?
I work on Kotlin in the Kotlin JS team. Basically, this is a language that you use for Android. It's like mostly famous for that, and but we don't want to stop there. So we want it to be used for many other things, and so one of them is obviously like server side, like where you use JVM, so you can use Kotlin there as well. It's just not quite as popular as Android, because we are not Google. We can push people to just use this technology. Yeah. So me personally, I work on Kotlin JS. This is like translation. Like you can use you write code in Kotlin and translate it to JavaScript and use it in Node.js on the web and stuff like that. And yeah, competing with like TypeScript is like no chance. It's really tough. But our pitch there is that if you have like a biggish application, if you have a biggish full stack application, then you probably want like a web client, you have Android application, iOS application, stuff like that. And so saving writing the code once would be a lifesaver for bigger projects, because you can reduce stuff like small and takes maybe days, weeks, stuff. But when you have whole teams like working full time for years on this library, you don't want three other teams doing basically the same thing, just in other languages. Yeah. So yeah, that's what we're doing. So we have Kotlin JS, Kotlin native, and we are working on this story which you call multi-platform. So you write code once, and then it is used natively on different platforms.
So this is just my opinion. This is but a thought that's been in my head. I might as well share here.
Yeah.
So mobile platforms, and Android in particular, has state of running for students. I think that may be listening to the stream. Like the issue that appears on mobile is it's a pretty resource limited space, and so there needs to be some way to like raise and lower the states so that the end user doesn't really know that a program was actually ended and then restarted, in order to give them some presentation of whatever contact thing or game they're playing, that they don't care. They just want to see that they're right where they used to be.
Yeah.
But behind the scenes, in order to manage the resources, it needs to be able to essentially change states to an off state where it saves everything and then can restore exactly to where the user, as far as they can tell, they were at, as if there was no interruption in running. So as a student, you might think that an application was just running the whole time and then it sort of ends maybe never. But the truth is, in modern mobile development, there's run states that it moves up and down. So connecting the Kotlin idea, I've always thought that's a great model for web services. That making very lightweight web services that a runtime can start and stop quickly and use a minimal overhead of resources. That same model actually works pretty well, and Kotlin in that space could I think adopt a bunch of Android developers over into the web space if they had a web service that really mimicked the runtime environment of mobile, in order to stand up very quickly a very large scale number of web services that could quickly respond to requests, but only on a sort of a needed basis, right? So it's kind of going back to the Java servlet model, but actually one that is much more resource aware for preserving that. So but okay, so JetBrains has spent a lot of time working with Kotlin in the Kotlin environment. It is not solely, but its birthing place, I believe, would be to be a more expressive language in the Java virtual machine space, and so your experience in that space what are some reasons why a developer might be more interested in, say, like a Kotlin over maybe some other choice?
Well, it depends. Like if you are writing for Android, then Google forcing you. And other than that, I don't know. It's quite hard to explain. Basically, the original idea for Kotlin was that is, on the other hand, should be like quite compact. Like you should quite express your thoughts in a short amount of code. But on the other hand, that it shouldn't be too complex for you to not understand what's going on. And with Java, like it's mostly like Java, Kotlin, and Scala, and I know the Scala is an amazing language, and a lot of people are very fond of it. But when we are talking when a lot of people are working on the same code base, understanding what another person wrote in Scala might be challenging sometimes, and also like basically you have like a lot of you kind of have a lot of cognitive load to do that. And that's why some people tend to avoid Scala, like especially like I've heard from some trading companies that we like Scala, but we don't like it when you are on call and you wake up at 3 a.m. and figure out what's going on. Yeah, so Kotlin is much simpler than that, so it's almost always clear what you wanted to say. But on the other hand, there are like we've added a lot of ways to make your life more convenient. So so what we do is basically we look at patterns people use in Java, like what do they do, like what kind of classes they need, and then we try to think how to add that into the language so that it would be completely straightforward what you meant, and on the other hand you could express it like in really short, like data classes, for instance. Yeah. So if you need just class to like store some data, if you need to like put them in maps, compare stuff like that, you got it covered. Or for instance, I don't know, like nullability. Well, everybody has nullability now, but back in the days it was not common. Like same as lambdas, back in the days it was common. And actually now like Java is catching up. They're adding a lot of stuff that they did not have like 10 years ago, for instance.
Certainly, there are some expressive components there now.
Yeah, and well, we are working hard on the next feature so that we can stay ahead.
So I guess for the people that have not looked at the language at all, I guess here's a bit of an opinion about it. To me, Java sort of takes sort of the brevity of Kotlin takes the brevity of sort of Python and moves it into the Java space in a way that's in my sense it's maybe better for scaling for a couple reasons. So I don't know, as an audience, so Python is obviously used as a quite efficient scripting language. A problem with Python is it doesn't scale very well once you get to larger problems. Its lack of types is hard to like it creates subtle problems that are hard to find, which I've seen is like the popularity of things like TypeScript over JavaScript in bigger projects is the reintroduction of types into scripting languages.
Yeah, sure.
And Python also has a typing structure now, but it's interesting. It's really a hinting or a linting library where the IDEs can kind of tell you that the types are wrong, but actually has zero impact on runtimes. So still is an untyped language at runtime.
Yeah.
But there are decorations you can put in that IDEs will now help warn you that you're passing things around that are wrong. Kotlin, on the other hand, I think has a lot of the brevity sort of not obviously doesn't use the same notation, but has a brevity in it, but also respects types and efficient choices, things like lambdas and other structures that allow you to write things, I think, tersely,
yes,
but expressively. So it's not just obscure. If you know the language, you can read it and it makes sense. And still is a typed language, and so you have maybe the bit of the safety that comes from those things as well.
Yes, that's very true. Like it is terse, it is not very complex, but like types, do you have a compile time allow you to make some optimizations?
Yes.
And basically, there like there are a lot of things like combining that with combining the Kotlin syntax with inline keyword, which like lets you like inline your code into it just it forces the compile to inline like this call into this place if you know what you're doing, like because like people tend to or use it at some point, but if you know what you're doing, you can do pretty amazing. You can basically generate a pretty performant Java code while expressing your thoughts on a very high level and like not going into the implementation too much. So like we also do like some kind like the syntax we have like is a bit different from Java in like for loops and stuff like that, but we do make the optimizations. We optimize them into the regular loops and stuff, so that your like for each, for instance, is just a loop in Java or something.
So you don't have, so again, for maybe the listeners, for example, in Kotlin, everything's an object, so there's no such thing as like the primitive type in Java for an int, but the compiler will convert the integer class, the wrapper class, into the primitive if it can prove to itself that it's sufficient.
Yeah.
So in that sense, you as a developer don't get to worry about is this one an object or not. Anybody who's written Java a lot hates the templating system because of the generics and the fact that you can't make an array of ints.
It also equals, like the equals operator calls.
Yes, there's another one. That's like, yeah, there's just these pieces that we just don't talk about. Fight Club sort of moments is like, oh yeah, that's a mess. And I think it's nice that a team took the time to sort of maybe realize some important efficiencies. But also the importance of the JVM and built a language that might really allow developers to be more expressive and efficient.
Yeah. And in some ways, like, when we're talking, for instance, about Android, like stuff they're doing, they've recently released JEDEC Compose, and it's not just a library. They like kind of talk to the compiler directly. They use a plugin so that they could do pretty amazing transformations of the code you're writing. Basically, when you have access to the compiler and have a Go, you can actually do stuff which was not possible before.
It's interesting. Let's see. So, any other little bits about it's an interesting language, and it's certainly the idea that Android uses it. Oh, just by the way, it's one of those I think sort of changes, right, because of Oracle licensing changes. Yeah. As an instructor, I'm a professor at a university, and I teach Java and Kotlin. And more recently, it's been hard to get to what feels like a totally open source version of a Java IDE that just works. And one, I think, reasonably good choice, is actually just Android. Android Studio is a JetBrains tool set, and because of the way it's set up, you can do unit tests in Java or Kotlin, and do basically sort of desktop development sort of style or learning of how that the Java engine works in a desktop experience, and do the Android style development in one place with the same IDE that is also quite convenient. I think that's a nice tool to work with from the point of view of someone trying to get something that works and gives you an experience that allows you to develop towards mobile and desktop, at least from the point of view of learning the language. It is a nice choice. And so in JetBrains, I think many of you guys know, so the Android Studio is essentially I think of it as a fork of IntelliJ, yes. Right? Yes. So it seems like a pretty good underwriting that you made some good tools. Yeah. Let's see here. So look at the World Finals, the sponsorship, and the IDEs that I think teams use quite a bit in this space. Okay.
Is pretty popular, yeah. So like people keep commenting like these line stickers are one of the most popular, yeah.
Okay. So so CLion is a nice C++ IDE, and as far as I know, all your tools are cross-platform, so you can run it anywhere you want. So, would you like to talk about any of that part about what do you think makes a good IDE? And maybe I'll start with this too, by the way. Like, I am an old Emacs user. Like, I am pretty fine with those sorts of IDEs too. But go ahead.
No, I mean like Emacs and Vima, they have their use, and but the thing about IDEs is they try to make your life easier, and they try to like help you in different ways. I'm not sure what I have not worked on an ID per se, so I wouldn't say I'm completely sure. But JetBrains has put a lot of work into their products. Like for instance, we have our own fork of basically JVM library. So the JVM standard UI like sync and stuff like doesn't work as well as we need. So like we have rewritten it completely.
It is. I was thinking about that when I've used your IDE. Is like that's a lot of graphics right there.
Yeah.
Interesting. So I don't know if you know anything about it, but getting that amount of UI to work as smoothly as it does is an interesting problem.
Yeah, yeah. But ultimately, like a lot of smart people are working on those tools. There's constantly like some new ideas coming up of how we could make people's life easier, like how we could, like some small things, like some gutter icons where you could just click it and the test will run, or like stuff like that, or like refactorings and integrations with like Git and stuff. But they do accumulate, and it is pretty easy to pick up as opposed to like Vim or Emacs. And
absolutely, yeah.
And also you don't have to configure it as opposed to Vim and Emacs. Yeah, so like if you really want to feel like a hacker, if you want to like learn one thing and then say like, okay, this is what I'll need for the rest of my life, then yeah, for sure, Emacs you can like run or learn one of them and then just write your own plugins to support new languages and stuff. But if you like don't want that, if you want just stuff to like if you want to have something that will just work and just help you and won't get in your way, and then yeah, it's a pretty IDEs and our IDEs as well are pretty good choice. I personally don't use IDEA to the full extent. Like I only use a fraction of its features. So like I'm not very experienced in that sense as well, but still like some things like I mean just highlighting something and asking what is the type of it. In in the languages where the types are inferred, like in Kotlin or in Scala, that's quite helpful.
Yes.
Especially when you look at somebody else's code.
Right.
Yeah. And,
which is in the real world like most of the time.
Yeah, yeah. But I'm pretty excited about the current shift towards web IDEs. Like it's been going on for a while, but I really hope that we'll be getting some great web IDE experience, because like I just hate it when my laptop starts starts his fans and it gets loud. So I hope that one day I'll just have my iPad and everything. Like
everything just works somewhere else, and somebody has all that working.
Yeah, yeah. So like we have GitHub with CodeSpace, I think, and yeah, it seems like a lot of stuff is popping up. So yeah, exciting times.
There has been a lot of changes in how people write code, or maybe, and I guess an interesting one is maybe write. So how do you say, sort of less code? It seems like in the sort of more corporate space of development, two interesting trends, right? Is quite large tool sets that are sort of more visual, that you kind of glue together with a small amount of glue code, maybe in whatever different languages where everybody's sending some kind of REST API to each other and really just wiring together components. And those tools, I think, in many settings are completely appropriate. They're great ideas for how people might build things that are correct and solve complex problems without tons of source code. So I think that's interesting. And then in the machine learning world, I also feel is an interesting sort of space of how do you describe those things in more of a visual way. It seems like that ought to be true, like making that more of a descriptive flow.
We can swap out if
oh, okay, okay. And let's see here. So I guess thinking high level, like we and you are all part of trying to take ideas in people's heads and translate them into something that a computer can sort of follow. And that translation process is interesting. Like, can you make something that works?
Yeah. Before we run out of time, I just want to mention that JetBrains does a lot more than just IDEs and programming languages. Well, just not to give the wrong impression to people. We do other tools like continuous integration, bug tracker, stuff like that. And recently we've launched this project called Space, which is ultimately what you need for a team to function. Like you have your everything, you have your calendars, you have your profiles, you have your chats, even video calls nowadays. I think they've recently, either recently launched that or they're going to launch because we can already use it internally. So yeah, so it has it has Git hosting, it has code reviews, or whatnot, and so yeah, so we are shifting towards broader tasks of making developers' lives easier, not only by providing IDEs but also other tools. And we also have I also do educational stuff ICPC, for instance.
Well, certainly ICPC.
Yeah, or JetBrains Code Academy, for those who are not as good at comparative programming as the participants are. Maybe you could check it out. You have pretty cool stuff over there about comparative programming as well as just languages, that kind of stuff like that.
So maybe just a little bit of the last moments. Is what would be some resources you'd ask a student to look at in the next 10 seconds to just get started with some JetBrains tools?
Sorry, I didn't get that.
Oh, I think we're out of time. So if you try to look at JetBrains, and thank you. Yeah, JetBrains Academy.
Yeah.
Very good. All right, we are back on. Let's see. So we just had a nice conversation with one of our JetBrains developers that have what came here, talking about. So JetBrains has been a global sponsor for ICPC for years now, and pointed out that they are not just just IE is maybe the first way that many students might experience JetBrains is through things like Sea Lion and IntelliJ, and then I guess importantly in the industry is Android Studio, which is a derivative of IntelliJ, and PyCharm. I guess those are the main ones that I can think of for IDs that are out there, and they support other ones, but those are the ones that
1 hour
have a pretty significant use. I think in sort of our universe.
Submitted runs will show
but they also have
except for a
integrated team tools, and Kotlin is a language which was designed specifically to be sort of better Java. That's just a little easier to write with. So as a computer science professor who've taught Java for a while, it's definitely a love-hate kind of language of how verbose it is, and just sort of subtle things in there that are a bit difficult in it, and also things about it that make it hard to first learn. And I feel like Kotlin did a pretty good job of cleaning a bunch of the cruft out and making the language pretty expressive.
Yeah, one of the interesting things is Kotlin's not really used. It's an available language for the contest, but I don't believe any teams are actually programming anything in Kotlin for some reason. So I don't know if that's... There's a couple of teams which are using Java. Most of them are using C++, but Kotlin just doesn't seem to have that wide of an adoption yet. Although as a language, it has a lot of really nice features. So it's just an interesting byproduct of it. This contest is they have the access to all these languages, but the actual usage of some of them, people still tend to stick to what they know, especially in a competitive programming environment.
So, and I think some of the core issues there. Let me see if I can speak to the. So clearly, we started with algorithms, and if you say that a contest is about algorithms, then languages play as a second role. However, the way that this contest determines which algorithms are correct essentially is how efficiently you can solve a problem.
Okay, can I interject really quick?
Oh, sure.
So I just wanted to mention that the scoreboard is now frozen. So we don't have any new live results. We won't know which teams are will be in the lead at the end of the contest. So right now, the top 4 teams, Seoul National University, St. Petersburg ITMO University, and I'm going to butcher this, and I apologize. It's Nizhny Novgorod State University and Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology. Those have completed the most problems with the lowest penalties. So top 3 have completed 11. Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology has completed 10 problems. So I guess we could talk about the contest really quick.
Of course.
So it looks like problem E has been solved by all but 3 teams so far, and that's the most solved problem from what I can tell. So I'm not sure. Let's see, what is problem E? Do we have that here?
Yeah.
Problem E, landscape generator. So that one, do you have any insight as to why that problem might be the most solved problem?
So I'll say I don't. We haven't had an analyst come into the feed, although we've had some of the harder ones being described through the analysts creating the videos, which is great. Because of the timing of the broadcast, it's really not possible to look through the statements, and so I'm sorry, I don't have any particular insight.
Okay, well, I mean,
about which ones.
That problem
what
just
makes that one particularly easy compared to the other ones?
Yeah, I believe that was the first one to be solved for the entire contest. Actually, no, it was not.
I think it was C.
It might have been D, which was first to be solved. Oh, no, C was solved in 12 minutes. One try by University of British Columbia. So They got into the contest right away. They immediately solved problem C. Second problem looks like it was probably problem D. I don't actually have a screen with the order that all of these problems were solved, so I'm just kind of looking through the current scoreboard just to get an idea. So it looks, just from my very quick glance, it looks like University of British Columbia solved problem C first. University of Bucharest solved problem D in 13 minutes with a total of 3 tries. They were first to solve that. Massachusetts Institute of Technology, they solved problem E in 14 minutes with 1 try. And this keeps refreshing a lot. Oh, at the 10-second refresh. And then we have, let's see, University of Wrocław, which I believe is in Poland. They solved problem G in 18 minutes. Yep, before that, University of Bucharest also solved problem O in 17 minutes on their first try. But the University of Wrocław, problem G, 18 minutes, 1 try. Let's see, Seoul National University, they solved problem F in 31 minutes after only 2 tries. There was problem A was solved after 27 minutes by the University of Cambridge. Only took 1 try. Oh. Sorry. Sure, we have another. Okay, now we're all unmuted. So in the booth we have Paul with ICPC Analytics. Kind of hard to see. We can rotate this up. There we go. There's Pavel. I guess the first question, which is probably on, well, at least on my mind, what exactly do you do for the analytics?
Well, we have several tools for which will help us.
You're muted for some reason.
Sorry, probably you need to unmute me.
There we go.
Oh. Is it here? Yes.
Yeah.
Well, we have several tools to analyze what teams doing. For example, we can see their streams, streams from their desktop, streams from their webcam, so we can see what they're doing, how they're sitting. Also, we have some tool which analyzes their source codes and try to guess which problem they're working on.
Okay, so you actually see what they're typing on screen?
No, we can see it, but not now. Now it's frozen.
Now it's frozen, yes.
With everything else. But even during the during the first 4 hours, we were able to see their screens. Well, some same thing that is shown in stream.
Okay.
We can choose teams we want and see them.
Okay, so are you just visually looking at what the screen is and then trying to
For example, we can do like that, or we have some automated tools for that. For example, if we find directory A, then we probably can guess that.
Probably problem A.
This is probably problem A.
Okay.
Fortunately, if we have something like J.B, it's going to be generator instead of solution, but that's okay.
Okay, so you analyze what they're working on to try to gauge which team will be the next.
We like backups like each minute.
Okay.
And we can see what differences they have. So this file changes, so probably they're working on that. It's interesting. Let's see what they're doing, how correct they are.
So do you run any statistics or analysis on?
Well, we have some. I think you can see it in some interface, or not available.
I don't really see one here.
No. It should be in commentators interface, not publicly.
Yeah, I don't see a commentator's interface here.
That's probably not really important now.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, the scoreboard's locked anyway, so I don't want to give away any information if we have access to it.
We don't have.
Which I don't think we do. But, what do you think of the teams at the World Finals this year?
Well, this year is very different, so probably strength of the team can change it a bit. So, so we can. Well, teams really changed, I think. Well, there was 3 teams we expected to be top are in top 4, so probably nothing changed tomorrow. Oh no, though. Massachusetts is a bit deeper, but I think they will be able to solve B and come to the top.
Okay, and so Massachusetts hasn't
I
actually submitted
think
anything
we
for it.
expected Seoul, Nizhny Novgorod, and Massachusetts to be top 3, but ITMO and K2.
Yeah.
They're a cool team, but they're kind of unstable. So sometimes it gets good for them, sometimes it's get not so good for them. And this year it's definitely much better than always.
Okay, so are there any surprise teams that you've noticed?
Well, not really surprised. Well, I was quite surprised of Bucharest team. I don't know who are it.
Oh, the University of Bucharest?
Yeah, I don't know who are people in it, but they are performing really well today.
Yeah, before this lock, they are, well, at the time of this lock,
they were
6th.
really top at the beginning.
Right.
First to solve.
Yeah,
they
probably first team to solve 2 problems.
Yes, problem B and problem O.
Yeah, so that's...
Okay. Let's see. Do you also look at what regions the teams are from to try to figure out?
Well, probably we're interested in teams in super region leaders, which are mostly in top. I think we have like 4 super region leaders in medals. And there were points where we did have top 4 from different super regions, which is, I think, kind of cool.
That is nice to have a nice spread around the world.
So what do you mean by the super regions?
Well, ICP, they have several super regions. This is like big contests which are selections to World Finals, and also they have inner competition inside the World Finals, like we presenting European Championship board to the team who is best among European teams.
Oh, okay.
And etc. So probably they're mentioned as yellow.
Okay, so that's what the yellow in front of it is.
Yeah,
the
so
super
for
region.
example, Seoul is super region of Asia. I don't remember. Probably it's Asia Pacific.
Yeah,
or maybe
Asia
Asia have 3 super regions. I doesn't remember well which
space.
team.
Oh, okay.
Go for each. So St. Petersburg ITMO is now of Northern Eurasia. This looks kind of strange, but well, it's kind of precise place where Russia and some other parts of Northern Eurasia super region located.
So, sorry, can I think of a... Sorry, I had a specific question. When you look at the scoreboard, it does seem like problem O is interesting in that there's a number of incorrect submissions by teams, and I wondered if you had a chance to...
Do you remember what's the problem about? Is it about matching 2 spheres?
Sorry,
I just doesn't remember which problem
pulling it up
hits
right
which
now.
letter. Oh yeah. Well, this problem has a lot of corner cases to handle correctly, so you need to be... Well, the main idea is quite easy. You need to just look on differences of angles and rotate one set of to another. But you need to be accurate.
So the accuracy, this is and it is an interesting part of the algorithmic part of this contest. So are you saying that, like if you did it in double precision, you would be mostly right?
Well, that's not about precision. No, that's not about floating point issues, something like that. It's just about handling corner cases. So
So it's a large number of corner cases.
Well,
which
yes,
have to
you just need to be accurate, not doing things wrong. And this
that's usually the problem with my code is not doing things wrong. I always fail at that part.
So probably most teams understand what to do in general, but there are a lot of small details they need to handle.
Okay. So one of my questions is, so problem E is the most solved problem.
And that's good.
It's
kind of easy.
So why is that one easier than the rest of them? Why would that be the most solved one?
Well, it's kind of direct. You just need to implement what you asked for. So it's just say that you need to do this one, and you just need to implement it reasonably fast. And there is no complex data structures in it. You just need something like prefix sums or stuff like that, and many teams are happy with it, so they just
So
do it.
do each of these problems have a different set of tricks or problems that you have to look out for?
Well, they're different. Well, each problem have, I don't know how to say it. You need to do correct things in all problems.
Different algorithm types.
Sometimes it's easier, sometimes it's more hard. Many problems have many approaches. I'm quite surprised with problem I think it should be much easier. Probably the problem is when 9 problems are opened in like first hour. Problems which are not, and teams doesn't. Well, they doesn't think much about them, so there's some kind of positive.
Oh, interesting! It's a feedback problem that it's usually. I
Well,
think what you're saying is that
well,
is a few teams really sort of
teams
pick out
solving
which one's
problems
easy.
which are already solved.
Right,
So
and maybe no one's really noticed that I is not that hard.
well, it's kind of tricky, so you need to be accurate in it. But it's kind of standard in my opinion. I mean that's a well-known trick to solve it.
Okay, so.
So, for example, when judges told us the problem, I said that, well, it should be solved like that, and they said, yeah, that is correct opinion, and it will take like a minute. But it takes some more time to get into details. But when you know where to go, it's much easier.
Okay.
Okay, so there are some tricks for that. It's just...
Well, when you are experienced participant and see a problem like that you're kind of fast to understand that it should be solvable in way close to this one.
Right.
And probably now when several teams solved it, there would become quite solvable.
Well, now everybody knows that the scoreboard is locked, so they can actually see how many people have submitted for that problem. So it becomes a lot more questionable if a team is going to attempt
Well,
it.
but we have submissions on age from
there's a submission.
This should be interesting.
Okay, we have sponsored video, so we're going to cut that in just a couple of seconds. So I don't want you to start talking about something just to exit.
probably.
So we will be back in just a short length of time.
The world is moving, day after day, year after year, over the centuries, era. It moves as long as people feel connected to each other. You cannot touch the connections, but strongly felt. Day after day, Megaphon makes these connections stronger, brighter, and more diverse, pursuing innovations that instantly become part of our daily lives. Megaphon became the first operator to create a network covering more than 17 million square kilometers. This was the first way in Russia to implement 3G, LTE, and LTE Advanced, opening the era of mobile internet.
Welcome back.
And we actually have an extra chair now, so we can all sit down.
So maybe it's hard to see from the tiny screen, but this is a pretty small space.
Yeah, it's you can see over there and over there, and that's all the room we have. We can't even zoom out this webcam anymore. So unfortunately, you only get half of us. But Pavel is the important person right now that we're talking to, so he's going to be front and center.
So Pavel, what have you maybe would like to share about what you've seen in the contest so far?
Well, I think that it's very interesting experience about how 3 computers changing the contest. For example, I think Seoul team was working on 3 problems for it, and it is working for 3 problems for quite a long time. The problem got accepted in I and them, and well, they were working on both K and N like.
Oh, so they were simultaneously working on 3
there were 3 persons working. I'm quite sure that 2 of them were working on I and K,
Okay.
And I'm quite sure that the third one was working on N. They naming all the solutions like main CPP, so it's kind of hard to understand which problem is it. But I think it was N.
Oh, okay. So you mentioned CPP. So most of the teams are actually programming in C++. As opposed, I mean, the available languages is C++, Java, Python, and Kotlin, I believe.
Well, I think that the problem is, while on World Finals, problems are well prepared and have big time limits, big enough time limits, and you will not have problems with Java. On many regular contests, authors have not enough time to prepare problems well enough, and Java have a lot of problems with time limit, because you need to be accurate after to avoid this. This means that when you set like 1 second time limit, Java have problems.
It just takes so long.
Because JIT compilation does not have enough time to work, and etc. Well, and C++ got significant, becomes significant later. While on World Finals the difference is not so big, many teams were tired with using other languages when they are prepared and stops and decided that okay, it's C++.
It's all C++ all the time.
Well, I think that in ideal world you probably should be able to use better language for each problem.
Okay.
Because well, choosing correct instrument is important part of programming.
Right.
Well, because
the tool that you use makes all the difference.
Well, because each language is good for when it's used for its purposes.
Right.
So probably choosing more specific, but many teams probably doesn't want to have. I don't know, switching contest is hard.
Right, well, especially
You're
World
already good at
Finals.
thing.
Yeah, and it's probably very
So
nerve-wracking
I
for them.
think that it could be useful for something like two people writing in C++ and one writing Java or Kotlin. It can be kind of useful. For example, as I know, ITMO problem got accepted on, I think, M with Python.
Oh.
Just because why not?
Okay. Python is a really easy language to.
Yeah, when performance is not critical and you need to just implement simple thing, Python is great. While it's becoming not so great when you need to implement some complex stuff. That's what I mean by saying that you need to choose correct instrument.
Okay. Yeah, so the speed of actually writing the code isn't nearly as important as seeing how that code should run and how it should solve the problems in the expected time limit and execution policies.
Probably.
So did you see, let's see here, so you were talking about the changes in the team dynamics. So do you think it's changing really who's being competitive?
Well, I think that this really changes the result, but I mean, well, some teams have like 1 or 2 persons who are significantly better than other ones. I mean that, for example, some teams have 1 Nutella Grandmaster on Codeforces and 2 just kind of some red or even orange participants. And well, for those who don't familiar with Codeforces rating system, each rating has some color. With Nutella Grandmaster is like for especially good results. For it means that like 10 or 20 people in the world, including not students. While red is just a cool person, well, orange is okay. He knows to solve something, but not so cool. Well, and for these teams it becomes a real problem because you need to be more equal. So, for example, ITMO team has 3 closely equal persons. So they know a bit different things, but they are more or less on the same level. While MIT team, for example, have 1 person who is significantly better than others, and probably, as we see, that become a problem for them. For example, Nizhny Novgorod team has two students which are better than the third one a bit, so that's worked in some way. So they can gain as we see them on, I think we see them on the screen now. So as we see they use 2 computers, and they were using 2 computers through the whole problems the whole concept, I think.
Oh, so they weren't using 3 individual
Well,
computers.
I think Valeria just helps other 2 who probably will be better for a lot of stuff.
So I've noticed that there's actually a not insignificant number of teams where there's only 2 competitors here. Has that affected what their expected standing would be?
Well, that is... So, do you mean teams which have 2 instead of 3 competitors?
Correct, yes.
Well, I think there was some cool teams which have some problems with COVID or with entrance rush or something like that. I don't know the details. I think Moscow Higher School of Economics have 2 participants and probably some other teams. Well, we can see where they are.
I think the University of Wrocław only has 2 competitors.
I don't know the details, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. Well, so University of Wrocław, when this froze, they were ranked 5th.
They're performing quite good.
They do not seem to be too terribly hampered by it. I'm curious if they had 3 competitors, would they...
Well, I can say that even with 1 computer, performing by 2 persons is significantly harder than by 3. Well, the problem is when you have 2 competitors, you can't afford to ask another one to help because no one doing something else at that point. When you have 3,
yeah, they actually have 3 people there.
When you have 3, you can ask one of them to help you, while the other one would still do something, and it makes things significantly easier.
Okay.
So 2 versus 3 is really a game changer.
So let's see here. So did you find any of the problems maybe particularly interesting or different from last year's?
I don't think they the judges are more or less the same, so the problems, they are different each year, but it's not different. I don't know. Well, problems are all more or less the same in some kind, more or less different in some other kind.
It's interesting when you think about how you do create a game from the point of view of thinking about this as a contest, and so, for example, it would seem completely inappropriate to have a machine learning problem in this space because it's algorithmic, and to try to ask the students to build something that would do something along those lines seems like unlikely to happen.
Well, there sometimes happens something interesting. For example, this year we have interactive problems which we didn't have before. Well, many different contests had interactive problems for a long time. I think we had first interactive problem like 2009 on NERC contest.
The contest systems can...
yes, and now we have interactive problem on World Finals. It's kind of hard this year.
What do you mean by interactive problems?
Well, in most problems you need to read some input and output some output by following rules to compute something.
Okay.
While there are some problems when you need to interact with some jury's program. This can be some example like switching to sending queries to each other with answering depends on your queries. Well, I mean that for most problems input is fixed for a program.
Right. Yes.
While in interactive problems it depends on what you're asking.
Oh,
so
okay.
You can print part of output, and the rest of input will depend on this part of output.
Oh, okay.
So
and this changes the problem to quite another one.
So let me just say that again for the audience that might not understand. So interactive in this case does not mean interacting with a human. It means interactive by interacting with another system. And so when the solution is working, it is querying one system, and then that other system is responding in some way. And so to be judged correct, those interactions have to be correct.
So a lot of problems become quite different on that. So probably we have one more video right now.
Yeah, so we have another video which is coming up. So it's starting in about 5 seconds, and we will be back right after that video.
Swansea Enterprise, low-code platform for rapid cloud, desktop, and mobile application development.
All right, and we're back. So I think we were leading into this one. Man.
No.
Okay, now we're back.
Okay.
Sorry, a couple of user errors on this side. So that's an example of human user interface or interaction that went wrong. I guess a little context for people maybe not technical. And the world is full of systems that talk to each other. I think that's pretty obvious. And so it's nice to simulate that idea in a contest environment where
this opens a lot of new stuff and problems because, well, just computing something is this interesting part of computer science, but interacting is a bit more rich. I mean that there are a lot of problems which just can't be formulated in a way that you're given something, compute something,
right? So
while can be introduced in the sense of communicating with some messages.
So I guess for context, the one that comes to my mind is like a Diffie-Hellman key exchange. In the end, you
for
really
example,
need to have some.
Or the other, which is quite popular in different interactive problems, is like, well, guessing some object which is not given to you by some side channels.
Okay.
Like,
right.
well, you can ask something strange from interactor about the object which is hidden from you, and you need to retrieve some information about it. And this can't be formulated in a way you're given something, compute something.
Exactly. They are fundamentally interactive in the way the algorithm correctly works.
Yeah. Also, there is such a kind of big science part, like I think, I don't know how it's called in English, like interactive complexity or something like that it's called. I'm not sure that is correct translation to English. Probably not. Well, they mean that there is a study of minimum number of information you need to interact to receive something.
Interesting. Okay,
So
I'm not aware of the area, but it seems like an interesting space.
I mean that you have algorithmic complexity, like how fast you can compute something. And there is another way, like how low number of information you need to compute to communicate to compute
what's
something.
the least amount of information to share?
Well,
that's interesting. Okay.
Kind of way to compare algorithm in optimality. Why not? And this is quite rich part, which is a bit hidden from.
Interesting.
Well, also IOI, I think even more interesting kinds of problems. They have, well, at some point they get rid of just input-output, so they just provide you a library which provides you input, or something like that. That's slightly different. It doesn't a game changer, so problems are more or less the same using it. But this sometimes. So
just to speak to, I guess in the world of not contest programming, but a very common version of that is what's called a REST API, where there's some service that you're interacting with in order to accomplish whatever, and so it's a quite I don't know, ubiquitous everywhere part of the world.
I'm quite happy that World Finals managed all technical issues with it.
Yeah.
So they probably will see a lot of interesting new problems in future World Finals.
Yeah, I like the idea of those styles of problem sets.
All right, so we have another video that we're going to cut to.
Computer science, especially competitive programming, is not for everyone. Not everyone's gonna find it fun, not everyone's going to find it enjoyable. Definitely, if you like it, it's like the coolest thing in the world, and you have so many benefits, like for employment, and it's just fun in itself. So it's a really cool thing to do.
Computer science in general is like a very broad field. It's very complex, it has all these different dimensions to it. being part of that, it gives you confidence, it makes you feel that you're actually doing something meaningful.
What I love the most about problem solving is the range that it gives to everyone to show their creativity, basically. There is no model answer for any question, and there is no one way to solve something.
You can see yourself getting smarter, you can see yourself getting better, and every time you solve a problem that you were struggling, you know you got better, you know you learned something new, you know like you're more prepared for the future, and that's awesome.
No field is ever gender specific, and women don't lack that intellectual ability at all to be in any field they want to be in.
Welcome back. Okay, so we had a little discussion about problem L. Would you like to...
Well, I saw a lot of submissions from Nizhny Novgorod for problem L. Well, they're having quite interesting solution. I mean, well, this is one way which problem is solvable, but this is probably the hardest way it's solvable. I mean that there are different approaches for this problem. Judges told me at least three of them. And these have a lot of problems with precision. These have a lot of problems with time limit. But essentially it's correct. So as we see, they have, I think, around 20 submissions or something like that. They have like 8 when I go here, and probably... Yeah. Well, we can see it on their screen, I think.
21 total submissions.
Yeah, so they are trying to squeeze the precision issues, and I'm not sure they will be succeeded in it.
So they're probably just off by a couple of numbers.
Well, unfortunately, there is such thing like when you subtract two very close numbers, you can get your result totally wrong.
Oh yes.
Because you can just cancel out all significant digits.
Right.
And get just random garbage. Unfortunately, the precision issues in that problem is that way to solving are closer to that one.
So you really do need.
So you just need to divide by a number which is very close to 0, but not 0, and it's kind of hard to understand what it is 0 and what is not 0.
So is there some languages, because you mentioned the proper tool for the problem, is there some languages which are better suited for this particular problem?
Well, I don't think that really changes, because you can use, for example, Big Data in Java, but you probably will get time limit. So that's just a not good approach for this problem, because it's correct, but has its issues, and it had principally. I'm not sure if it's possible to fix them.
So I guess to speak about the precision problem, maybe for someone who doesn't see that, it is a common error to think about that if you have a computer system and you have maybe 2 numbers that have 10 digits of precision. If the leading numbers are all about the same, once you subtract, you lose all the digits of precision except for what remains. So the classic issue is the derivative from calculus 1. Right, if you try to take a function and you numerically approximate the derivative, as h goes to 0, it seems like you're getting a better approximation mathematically, but because of the precision issue, eventually you're making a worse and worse approximation.
Oh, I see on video they stopped submit. So I think Nikolai is coding something other problem. I remember Alexei was solving L, so now they stopped to something. Probably something interesting could happen, but we don't know.
Maybe they just decided to take a break and move on to one of their problems.
Maybe they decided to take a move.
You can only try so many times until you just get frustrated and want to take a break and a breather.
Well, probably. We don't know. Probably we'll get an update on closing ceremony.
So what are some, now that the scoreboard is frozen, would you speak a little bit to maybe what are some strategy changes that might happen because the scoreboard is not visible?
Well, I don't think someone really thinks about that. When you are on the contest floor, you just have no time to think about what other teams saw about you and other teams don't, so you just have no time for that. Well, that is important sometimes. For example, on my World Finals in 2014, we have like 40-minute difference with second place.
That's two problems.
Well,
two corrections.
two submissions, and like we had 17 and they have 15 or
Okay.
something like that. So we very fastly submit in the last 10 minutes. For example, well, they got a seventh problem in, I think, 8 minutes before the contest ends. We got our seventh problem in less than 2 minutes after the contest ends. And, well, at this point you have, it's important to how many submissions other team has, but you have just no time to care about it.
Yeah, you just try to spam out the submissions just to
Well,
hit on
sometimes it's important in the sense like if you know that you have only 2 incorrect submissions, you can, for example, or on the other side, know that you can submit it any time, but if you submit for the first time, if you got accept for the first time, the strategy can be changed a bit. So ITMO starts submitting L, so probably.
So of course, either maybe they're in
Well,
the same space.
I'm not. I think N is correct choice of these 3 problems, really. By I mean that problem N is kinda scary. You have to do.
We have another video which is coming up, so we will be right back.
It all starts with people and teams and goes all the way to the whole organization. To connect everyone, introducing JetBrains Space, an integrated team environment. It contains chats, blogs, wiki, planning, issues, version control, CI/CD, automation, packages, company structure, permissions, meetings, absences, and more. All in one. Space ensures synergy across all areas, helping you eliminate duplications, distractions from extra notifications, and context switching. The team structure is fully integrated. When you add teams to projects, all members automatically get access to all project resources. You get all notifications in one place, code review updates, newly created issues, new blog posts. You get all of these in chats, and react in place or add them to your to-do list automatically. Connect the JetBrains IDE to Space and check out your projects, see who is editing the same file, and get notifications muted when you're debugging. With a self-service approach, start new projects in no time without any assistance from your IT team. Space is a platform that can be customized and extended to meet the unique needs of your organization. Imagine how many things you can build on top of it, having all data inside Space. Space is available in the cloud or on premises. You decide. Whether you're a super boosted startup, a fast-growing company, a business with remote and distributed teams, or a giant enterprise, you deserve your own space. By JetBrains, the creators of IntelliJ IDEA and Kotlin. Space is closer than you think.
Okay, and we're back. So there's JetBrains, and thank you for sponsoring the ICPC World Finals in Moscow.
Well, I was talking about stuff like when you know the difference, for example, with penalty time with the team you're trying to overtake. It's sometimes important to. Sometimes you need to just submit until. Just submit every second because it's not penalty is totally not important and you need one more problem, and then submitting just everything is a good strategy.
Right, because solving the most problems is
while sometimes you know that okay, I need to solve this problem, I need to solve it for no more than second attempt, but time when I solve it is not really important.
Right.
It's quite often to happen in last 20 minutes because submitting 5 minutes later will give you only 5 penalty points. While wrong submission gives you 20. So at that point you need to stop, you need to test, you need to write stress test or something like that, if you have enough time, of course. So probably this can be change your strategy, but in general you have just no time to think about it in the contest.
So that's a. I didn't come up with any number. I guess I came up with at least the 2 minutes. So it seems like spending 2 minutes to create a test data set, and we were talking about languages a little bit before during the intermission, that Python might be a great tool for creating the test data sets. And these, once you realize what are the sizes of the data and that sort of stuff, you can quickly create your test set.
For example, it's good when you get in time limit. You need a big test to test your changes, because it's not always which parts are really slow, which changes are good, which are not so good. And you can just submit everything, but testing locally is much faster.
Well, it's the penalty, right? The
And
idea that
you receive no penalty.
so if you are,
Well, I think that even on contests with no penalty, it's still much faster. I mean that you get your feedback faster. You change something, you run, you get, okay, it's now 3 seconds instead of 4. While submitting is much longer, and you get less information.
you get less information.
And you just give your time limit changed to time limit. Thanks.
It's like, and it didn't work still. So it does seem like it's interesting. Python is certainly used in kind of the system administration world, and it does seem like that is one of those perfect spaces for creating
Python
test
is
data.
good language when it's used for things it should be used. It's a good language for prototyping. It's a good language for writing something fast. I mean that when you need to write something fast, not to run fast.
Right.
So there are a lot of things where performance is not significant, and Python is well for them. So why not? It's a good language when it's used where it should be used.
Exactly. So let's see. We have.
Yeah, it looks like there's only about 14 minutes left in the contest.
Well, it's interesting if Seoul will submit K. K is kind of straightforward, but really implementationally heavy problem. So when you read it, you understand, okay, I need to implement this, and this. And well...
Your eyes just start to glaze over, and you're like, okay, I'll put that off to the side and work on this other problem.
Probably Seoul started it. I'm not sure which progress does they have right now. But it can be a game changer for them, because I'm not sure... Well, probably, I think both ITMO and Nizhny Novgorod are succeeded in H. At least they are not Seoul submitting H.
Yeah, Seoul submitted it.
So at least they submitted something reasonably small amount of times and doesn't submit now. So probably they got this problem. Well, never knows. It's maybe they just understand that the solution is totally wrong and stopped it. That happens sometimes.
Or maybe they just wanted to see if they could get close enough to a solution.
Yeah, well,
to then refine the algorithm when it gets closer to the end.
University of Nizhny Novgorod starts resubmitting H, so probably that was not so good for them. So never knows who did that. Well,
so
but
there's certainly enough space
probably
for
if Seoul is accepted as H, this is a very good. Well, I'm not sure that solving L is possible. I think L is the hardest problem, as the problem set. So solving L is definitely a wrong choice. Well, Seoul is submitted too. So
Seoul just submitted H.
So it's not such as good as possible.
Yeah. So they have.
But ITMO still didn't submit it. They resubmitted H. So
they may be working on it still.
Well, no idea.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. There's lots of teams out there.
Well, no idea what's happening in H. No idea what's happening in L. I'm quite disappointed with N. I think it's quite straightforward and could be solved by those top teams, but that's okay.
So you're surprised. So
well,
there's quite a few
no, there
that were
should
not
not be a lot of submissions of that.
Right.
But I think it's quite possible. Well, I saw ITMO submission. It was totally wrong, and probably they have no idea what to do better with it. So and they don't do anything with it. So they just tested some simple way to solve it. They got their wrong answer and just throw it away. So this was kind of try of doing something. Well, Seoul submitting a lot of H's, and that's maybe not be a good strategy at this point because they have really good penalty. So well, maybe they need to so to win with same number of problems and good penalty seems to be a strategy for them, while, for example, Nizhny Novgorod definitely needs one more problem. So if someone else gets 12, they definitely need 13. They have no chances with 12 versus 12.
If none of the submissions are accepted for either of the teams, then Seoul will stay in first place.
Yeah.
So maybe they're just trying to get one more problem so that they have that little bit of buffer.
I mean that if, for example, ITMO submitted H with with a reasonably small amount of time penalty, wrong attempt, that Seoul needs to have reasonable amount, and I think they have around 10, which is not really reasonable.
Yeah,
so
6 tries, and then there's
so
one.
They can afford like 6 or something like that, and they definitely have more now.
Right. They
so
have a lot
if
more
it
tries.
so probably if ITMO is accepted with H, they have good chances to be winner.
True. That is a very valid point. Maybe Seoul should focus on one of the other problems. And
well, I think Seoul is working on K. At least they were working on K even before the Frozen starts.
They have no submissions though.
Well, it was as I already said, K is really heavy implementational problem.
Right.
So we need. So they submitted.
Oh. Yep, they did submit K. So.
But probably, if it work on sampling, it could work. So I think that if you get something working, it's have quite a good chances to be correct. Because in this problem, just getting anything working somehow is problem, not getting working it fast.
Yes.
They're difficult enough problems, and certainly they're at the point where they're at the limits of what is hard.
This can be changed a lot. For example, they don't have 10 submissions on K. So maybe if they know that K is coming fast, maybe submitting a lot of stuff on H is a good idea, because probably if they have 13, no one else have chances. Well,
yeah. So
maybe we can go to other teams. We are talking about top 3 for all the time. Probably we can check what's else happening. So what's, for example, we can check for medal cutoff. Well, now we have, before the Frozen, we have 5 teams with 8 receiving a medal, or something like that. Probably finish like that, it would be extra bronze medal, but that's not really important.
Okay, so
because it will change.
Yeah,
so
the cutoff.
I think the question is: will be 8 enough for the bronze medal, or 9, or even 10, or even only 10? What do you think? Looking at this, I think that 8 shouldn't be enough for receiving a medal, but 9 with good time probably should.
Yeah, 9 should definitely receive a medal. There's a total of, what, 15 problems, I believe?
Well, that does not... Problems can be different.
Right, yes.
So
I mean...
the question is, how many is solved?
What's the bottom cutoff for receiving the medal?
I think it's 12th place. No, it can be any number of problems. So it's 12 and it's 13. As I remember rules, 13th one more bronze medal is allocated if the difference between 13th and 12th place in something like last 60 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Or something like that. So there are kind of formal rules which need to be approved. Oh, ITMO resubmitted each. So not everything is good. Hey, they're trying to cheat. Shouldn't know that. Oh, yeah. Go away, please.
We have no control over that video feed, so...
Yeah, I understand.
Somebody else had that up on screen.
Oh, they successfully hid it. Thanks, Pavel, or whoever is doing that.
Nobody saw that. You did not see anything. But yeah, so when this froze, St. Petersburg State University was on 13th and just outside the bronze range.
Yeah, probably, so well, and it have 40 minutes. So by rules, which is not well. It means that it's not formal rule. Like if it happens like this, we give more medal, and if it happens like this, we don't. But this is a kind of recommendation based on each bill or someone else from headquarters will decide if they allocate new medal or not.
So certainly the happiest place is if there's actually a difference in number of problems solved. at the break, because it makes it easy to say, okay, clear. There's pretty clear difference.
Oh, we have submissions from Nizhny.
But
well, can we see something? Oh, I think they had accepted on age. Did I saw that? Oh, that screen.
Well, it's hard to tell. they alt tabbed.
Well, at least I saw something green on the top of their submissions list.
Oh, and they're looking back at it. We do not see this. Nobody sees this.
But that means that closing ceremony would be interesting.
Yes, so we at least know.
Oh, it's quite boring when nothing happens on.
And there's, I mean,
it sometimes happens that no teams have solved anything on the last hour, and it's always kind of boring.
So, but there's certainly plenty of room for the rest, the lower part of the board.
Yeah, well, at least we have medals cut off. At least we have Super Region champions, which probably changed a lot during the Frozen hour.
So, let's see. So it looks like every region will have solved at least 4 problems.
That's great.
That seems like a nice.
Well, 4 problems on World Finals is a really great result, and so passing to the World Finals is a really great result.
Yeah, that's of course it's
yeah, all these teams that just being able to make it to World Finals is a
University of Dhaka. Do you heard about next finals? I heard something like they can be host.
Dhaka. So certainly they seem to be doing quite well.
I heard they can be host of one of future World Finals.
Yeah, they are.
Quite soon.
It's possible, but we.
Well, I understand that it's not decided yet, but.
Yeah, that'll probably get announced after this World Finals. So, but yeah, all these teams which made it here, they are some of the best teams in the world. So just being able to make to the World Finals in Moscow is a huge accomplishment. Yeah. And so, there's a lot of really, really smart individuals competing, and there's also a lot of really, really smart individuals working on the background, trying to make this process as smooth as possible for everyone.
Also, I think Cairo School of Economics submitted their 8th problem, or they have already something, so probably can they jump to medals bit?
Oh, National
What do you think?
Research University School of
Yeah,
Economics.
they were close to medals, well, probably 8 is not enough for them,
so now
but if they have 9, that can be a bronze medal.
That was
it's quite possible.
Yeah, they're certainly, it seems like they're pushing in here.
Probably even can be the silver medal, I think. I think 9 with a really good time can even be a silver medal. But who knows?
Yeah, you just saw a shot of the ICPC Live team, and they're the ones which are responsible for this broadcast. And
so also University of Central Florida submitting for their 9th problem, which can change.
National Taiwan.
Well, when I was participating, our coach said that every year there is a team in medals who solve at least 3 problems on the last hour. Probably this year it would be even more. I think we have a team with 5 problems for the last hour. So we'll have surprises.
Yeah, there will be a couple of surprises. There's always surprises at the end.
Yeah,
that's why they lock the
For example, we solved 3 problems during last hour 2014.
Wow.
Well, this was kinda interesting experience. I prefer not to repeat it.
We are getting very close to the end of the contest.
Yes, there are 2 minutes left in the contest, and you can see the submission list on the left-hand side. They're coming in fast. Lots of teams are just trying to get in the last few submissions to try.
Yeah, well, we need to try it. Oh, Latvia submitting N. Is this the first submission?
Oh, for Latvia?
Oh, Latvia University submitting N.
Let's see. University of Latvia.
Oh, well, they have 4 problems. Well, I think
4 problems they've submitted, and 5
well,
problems.
I wouldn't be too surprised if we see 10 problems from them.
Yeah, they've completed 6 problems.
Yeah, so it's quite possible to see 4 more this meeting. And probably it would. Well, I think it would be 2 or 3, but it's already 3 will definitely give their chances for medal.
Okay,
Oh, three more submissions.
All pending.
Oh,
everyone.
nothing green on ITMO scoreboard. everything is not so easy.
And we're getting down to the final seconds until the contest is over.
Yeah, ATM also beat both L and H. Maybe something will happen, but
yeah,
L
only
is O.
Only one they have not tried
but
submitting
well,
is K.
just submission on K with nothing after it is quite promising.
There's
so well,
the time.
Well, if I need to bet, I'll bet on Sil.
And I just heard
and
contest
there's
is over.
the clock.
Yep, so now everything is completed, no more submissions, and we will finally learn who will be crowned the champion of the ICPC World Finals Moscow.
So we're going to go ahead and
so probably I'll need to go at the point.
Yes.
Yes.
So
we'll
we'll clean up the broadcast.
Yes. Thanks for taking the time to
chat with us. Thank you so much for helping with going through the problem set right now. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, okay. It's a really interesting set.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a great chat, and I know that the audience really enjoyed listening to the analysis and everything else. So
great.
Yes.
Will be in the
okay.
Thank you.
For those that need it for travel. So if you need PCR testing for travel tomorrow, make sure you go get tested in the tent. Remember that you will need your passport. So from 2:15 to 5 p.m. today in the tent, don't forget to be PCR tested, but only if you need it for travel. We're gonna dismiss you in a minute, and we're gonna have some wonderful excursions outside. It'll be good to get out in the sunlight. So we'll have some digital walking tours. Look for the Rust Pass booth in the lobby. Or if you want to, you can go check out historic Red Square. We are right next to it. If you signed up for the Kremlin tour, meet the volunteers at the Manej entrance. Look for the excursion sign. So if you signed up for the Kremlin tour, make sure you look for the excursion signs at the entrance. At 5 o'clock, everybody with me? 5 o'clock, we will have a closing ceremony celebration. So we'll have some snacks, drinks, and entertainment. So I hope you will come back at 5 o'clock today, right here. All sorts of fun entertainment and snacks to enjoy. So 5 o'clock, and then at 6 o'clock, we will have our award ceremony in here. So 6 o'clock, we will have our award ceremony, and you definitely want to be here for that. After the award ceremony, we will have our celebrations party with some great food afterwards, right after our closing ceremony. Okay, everybody, this is really important. You may not take any balloons, right? Look at the balloons, take a picture of the balloons, and a smiling picture with the balloons, and then leave the balloons.
This shit show is over. So teams in that direction when you come to stage, stand up. So seems that we have one word because I knew a problem from Adcoder. Just yeah, that happens. Thanks to everyone who didn't believe in us. That was very helpful. And also, I want to congratulate ITMO University with a really great and like unexpected result for me. Yeah.
All the team spectators, stay where you are. I need the teams to start moving toward the exit. We're going to have some great fun and entertainment this afternoon. For 5, with some snacks like to take as a souvenir, you may take it with you.
I know.
Okay, I just didn't know you were. You're going the wrong way.
А может, слушай, надо случайный цикл генерировать? Я цикл тоже выгенерировал, мы еще попробовали. Там, короче, было что-то... Дима, расскажи про... Ребят, как впечатление? Тяжело, но, к сожалению, без самородства. Как задача? Сложно? Да. Ну, оставшиеся, значит, сложные. 4. Ты их немножко иначе. Много решили? Мы? Да. 11. Я написал, но там, как обычно, забыл просто не работает. Да, там просто, если бы были не забыл, мы бы знали. Если бы забыл, мы бы не Я не знаю, как это там. Нет, обычно мы бы не знали, потому что... Больше всем, что нас акцент. Короче, мы... Ну, возможно, что не наша работа. Хорошо, не важно, понятно.
Для нашей прямой трансляции на любом языке. Эфир.
Влад сдал А.
Да, я сдал аж за час до конца. Был уверен, что ребята тоже сдадут. Все нормально.
Влад сдал А за час до конца.
Еще что-нибудь? Как вы выбрали эти футболки и почему они оказались удачными?
Выбрали футболки, потому что Коля куда-то летел и не успел ответить, куда идет ли такой цвет, поэтому мы оставили его.
Справедливо. Помашите мне.
А может, команду дождем, все вместе помашем?
Да не, нормально. Средняя глубина. Не, ну у нас хорошо шло до последнего. Вот когда осталось 4 задачи, все, конец. Ну все, прямо сейчас хорошо. Ну, тут сложно как-то.
Камера 1 МФТИ видит, могу у них.
Если бы вчера тебе обещали за 3 да, в школе, я тут бы расслабился. Я бы был напряжен, что может направлять уже тренинг. Так, ну что вот там? А все, в оптимистике 12, только у Бродстова мы знаем, что у них нет 12, и в физтех мы знаем, что у них нет 12. Все нормально. То есть... Что, на 4-м физтех? Видимо. Или Бродстов. Вот как мы движение планировали в обнимку на дне таблицы. Но мы Жене говорили, что мы будем посещать их места. Главное быть сверху. Да. Ну, напугали вначале.
Мои канадские друзья удивлялись, они спросили.
Давайте я вам сообщаю информационную информацию, которую я отправляю. В 11 часов город с Украины придется сдать. Мы с ним не будем встречаться. Ну, потенциально можно, но я бы попросил вас не отказываться. Еще говорить ничего не надо. Вузу надо. Вузу это надо. Нам это не будет. Я вообще хотел поехать. Ребята, нас выгоняют. Хорошо, что ты нам рассказал. Конечно,
а я сказал это
Вы с Коляном знали.
Да. Мы специально деньги не стали говорить.
Откуда вы?
Да, не
Welcome to the ICPC World Finals Moscow. More than 100 university teams from all over the world will compete for the ICPC Championship World Finals trophy, to be recognized as the greatest problem solvers on the planet.
In 2011, JetBrains conceived the idea for a programming language that would make development more productive and enjoyable. Today, Kotlin is one of the most loved and fastest-growing programming languages in the world. It's used by millions of developers for all sorts of projects, including multi-platform, mobile, server-side, web and cloud development, data science, and machine learning. Kotlin has been used to make some really great things. In fact, it's surprising how extensively it's integrated into our everyday lives. Almost every internet user has come across Kotlin software. If you have an Android phone or tablet, about 80% of the apps you use were built with Kotlin. And its reach extends beyond this platform. Kotlin code can run on virtually any device, and it's under the hood of the services we use daily for communicating, learning, searching for information, banking, streaming video, commuting, playing games, automating our cars, and more. The story of Kotlin is wonderful and exciting. Kotlin's 10-year journey started with an idea. The idea of creating something that would make development more fun, and maybe even make this world a better place. We have always relied on input from our community when making decisions about the future of the technology. Over the last 10 years, Kotlin has accumulated millions of changes based on feedback from thousands of Kotlin users around the world. In a few moments, you will hear from the people who created Kotlin and use it every day. They will talk about how the spirit and simplicity of the language have been preserved, while it has grown in 10 years from a startup project inside JetBrains to an entire technology ecosystem, with hundreds of contributors offering their perspectives and input. This is 10 years of Kotlin.
It happened very incidentally, and the story is that our founder and the CEO back then, Sergey Dmitriev, asked a bunch of guys, guys, what do you think the JetBrains can do in terms of the big things that would benefit the community and are going to be noticeable, you know? And Dmitry Zhemirov, one of the engineers back then in the company, said, like, the ultimate thing development company can do for development community is a programming language.
I was thinking at the time that JetBrains was a company that was building tools for languages and technologies from other companies, from languages and frameworks and so on. And I was thinking of possible ways to increase the influence of JetBrains in the community, so to say. Like, how can we do something that is our own technology and not just supporting other people's technology? We had a lot of experience building support for different languages, starting with Java and then others, JavaScript, Ruby, Python, PHP, Scala, and so on. And I thought that maybe we could use that experience, we could use our knowledge of the traits of different languages, their advantages and disadvantages, to maybe build our own programming language.
And, you know, immediately everybody was laughing because, you know, the really programming language, we are kind of small company with, you know, we've made a very successful couple projects like IntelliJ and ReSharper, but programming language is a different league altogether. So it's big, it's huge. And it was like that, you know, for a couple of days, but then the seed was there, and you start thinking, well, we have a deep understanding of many programming languages and their practical aspects. You know, we've implemented support for a dozen or maybe 20, couple dozen languages, and we know all of the drawbacks and good things in many languages. So we can combine a thing which is good and practical and many people would use. So we started it.
When I first heard that it was gonna be a general purpose language on the JVM, I was like, no way, there's no point in creating a new language. It's completely unreasonable. There are good languages out there. At the moment, Scala was pretty big and I liked it, and it felt like all the problems that existed on the JVM at the moment were more or less solved by Scala, and I was like, just don't do it. It's not a good idea. Just use Scala and you'll be fine. But then the conversation went on, and I was starting to think, okay, so it is sensible. Like there are issues that are not solved yet. And also their point was that JetBrains is in a very good position to actually put a new language out there and attract enough attention and get traction and get users and so on and so forth. And that was this aha moment when I thought, okay, so this is still a crazy idea, but it makes sense. We have a shot at doing something really good. Initially, the name was simply Jet. It was quite straightforward that JetBrains is working on the language named Jet. But we discovered that this name was taken for just the trademark was taken already. So we had to come up with something else. We were looking for another name and didn't like anything. It was quite difficult. At some point, Dmitry Zhemerov suggested that we call the language Kotlin for an island that is out there near St. Petersburg. And the logic was, by that time, we already heard about the language Ceylon, and they have a nice pun on Java is the coffee island and Ceylon is the tea island. So there was this progression of islands, and it was a nice idea to use a local name.
So we made the initial announcement at the JVM Language Summit in 2011, which was on the Oracle campus in Santa Clara. Their reaction was quite positive. So they understood what we are doing. They understood like the scope of our effort, and they seemed to like what we are doing and to see this as a credible way to move forward with the language. So that this was a nice expression of support for us.
In 2011, I happened to be in the same room when Kotlin, the programming language, was announced by JetBrains. Andrei Breslov and Dmitry Zhemerov were presenting it. And I thought, oh, it's a nice language. It has all those nice features. It has approach to nullability. But it was the time when Java was about to get lambdas in the language. So I thought that if Java gets lambdas, I don't need the other language for JVM.
Why do we need Kotlin? This looks similar to Scala. Oh, why do we need Kotlin if Java has said they're going to do this? And yeah, I don't really see the benefit of a Kotlin. And there was a bunch of people also that were saying like, this is cool, right? There was a lot of naysayers, but there was also a lot of people that were inspired and interested in it.
Somebody was asking someone on the internet whether Kotlin works on Android. So our answer was, well, we didn't try it on Android, but you definitely should. It should work.
The first time I heard about Kotlin was, I think, in early 2013. And my initial reaction was actually pretty negative towards it. And then I had forgotten about it for about 2 years when we took a look at it again for potential use for our Android app. And the language had evolved a ton over those 2 years and had become something that was much more familiar to those coming from Java. And at a time where the Java language was relatively stagnant, Kotlin really felt like a breath of fresh air and allowed us to pull in a bunch of concepts into our Android app that we otherwise potentially wouldn't have been able to use for a couple years. The language pretty much blew everyone away. Not only were we getting, these features that we wanted, but also it came with a bunch of things that we didn't know that we really needed.
You can really see and understand the Kotlin team's philosophy in the code, in the standard library, in the different, tools that we have. The idea of like readability and reusability and interoperability, and also just the great tooling. I can think in a Kotlin-y way, and I can see how that Kotlin-y thinking comes from the team and then flows through like the language and the libraries and the features and down to me. And hopefully, I work within them. I think it's forced me to be a more thoughtful developer, is really just like what we're trying to build rather than like less so how we're building it and how our syntax is. In that sense, Kotlin really does kind of, quicken and improve my code quality and hopefully my ability to communicate concepts and ideas and build things for my teammates to use. I think it's made me a better developer, to be perfectly honest with you.
Kotlin community is passionate, is warm, is welcoming. So I've actually seen the proof of this so many times. I got to interact with developers all around the world, and they were all like this. They were all passionate and warm and welcoming. I don't know, it's just incredible seeing so many developers supporting each other and just, growing together.
A community that really helps newcomers learn, and then eventually those newcomers are the ones that are helping others. And I think it's critical to keep a community healthy and to listen to the community and to help the community, because without the community, you don't have anything. Like, especially with something like a language, you will not have anything without a community. So the success of Kotlin is language, tooling, whatever you want it, but it's also greatly the community. I do remember the first online community of Kotlin. We had an IRC channel, and it was myself, Ilya Ryzhenkov, Justin Lee, and I think a couple of other people would show up. Like maximum, there was like 4 or 5. Once in a while, someone would pop in and they're like, "Oh no, wrong channel," and they would leave the channel, right? And it was the same as Twitter. Like when we were searching for Twitter, every time Kotlin would come up, we're like, no, it's the ketchup. They're looking at the ketchup. Oh no, they're looking at the town. No, oh, they're looking for the island. Oh, look, someone is asking something about this language.
Really good, amazing.
Good impression.
Really enjoyed it. I really love Kotlin Conf.
It was a discussion that Max and I had, and we were talking, and we're like, yeah, maybe it's time to do a Kotlin conference to kind of like, welcome the community, bring the community together, show people that Kotlin is here to stay, and that I would say like, maybe we should target like 300 people. And Max is like, no, more. I said, okay, maybe 500. It's like 1,000. I'm like, 1,000 people. Like, I don't think we're going to be able to get 1,000 people. It's like, no, we'll be able to. And sure enough, we did, right? We actually, the first Kotlin Conf, we got 1,200 people, I believe, if not, 1,200 people. And we were sold out.
I went to many conferences, and Kotlin was very welcomed, especially by the Android community. I met many enthusiastic folks who tried Kotlin and used it even before the stable release, even before 1.0 version. And the most popular question at that time was, when does Kotlin finally become stable? And after the release, the most popular question transformed to the question about official Google position.
Kotlin and Android happened because there were top engineers in the team, and they were using the language. Language was just so great, and the team that was looking at it really drove that point home and said, look, we got to do this. Sitting in a room with Dave Burke, who leads Android engineering, and Dave was quiet as we walked through all of the data end to end, and he said at the end, on the one hand, this is a pretty big deal. On the other hand, this looks like an absolute no-brainer. Do you think we can pull it off for I/O?
And today, we're making Kotlin an officially supported language in Android. We are also announcing our plans to partner with JetBrains. Max Shafarov is here today.
We only had maybe 8 weeks to I/O. I don't think most people realize that. And so we called up Max Shafarov, who's the CEO of JetBrains, and just a wonderful person. And keep in mind, it's like March, right? I/O's in May. And we said, hey, we think your language is pretty awesome. We'd like to figure out how to make it a first-class language in Android. Love to see it be a top language in the world. Do you think we could work together and announce that in like 6-8 weeks? And Max was like, yeah, I think we could figure that out together. Let's get started and see how we get.
Kotlin is perceived by some people as a language for Android only. It's not true now. And in the future, I really hope to see more and more people using it for full-stack development, including backend, web, and mobile targets, and also benefiting from sharing some parts of the code base, extracting these parts into common modules, and having it supporting it once for different targets.
it kind of grew organically. It started with a JavaScript backend that was just a small project. The Kotlin JavaScript showed that it's possible to port Kotlin to different platforms. And then the decision to start Kotlin native was made. And at that moment, that was the actual seed of multi-platform. That's what kickstarted the whole design process of figuring out how would you share code between multiple platforms and creating all the infrastructure in compiler, in tooling, and in the language to actually support this scenario of sharing code.
It doesn't matter if you build a mobile application, a website, or even a desktop application.
So we chose Kotlin to power our GraphQL servers, specifically because it had null safety built in. That basically it's allowed us to model our data classes exactly the same as they would look like in your GraphQL schema. It was a huge productivity gain for us, being able to just use it as it is. Over the years, we built a number of Java libraries, and being able to just use Kotlin as is without rewriting all that, that was a must.
The backend and the frontend switched where we switched from JavaScript to Kotlin. And on the backend side, it was very easy because, yeah, running on the JVM, running multi-threaded code is, from a performance standpoint, really, really more advanced. And on the front end, Kotlin allowed us then to do more complicated things in an easier way, to transform what you have in your mind to your computer without any intermediate layer.
When I first started writing Kotlin, it was this feeling of like, wow, I can be productive. Wow, I can build something new, something exciting, and things work kind of the way that I think about them. And with Kotlin.js, it was the same thing. The only difference was, like, at this point, I was able to kind of open a whole new world, right? Because the web, the browser, it was a really exciting scenario.
We're in a unique moment in mobile development history. The platforms have matured, and engineers mostly understand that below the platform-specific APIs like UI, Android and iOS are very much the same.
The industry has come a long way from web-based approaches, unfamiliar programming languages for mobile developers, and inconvenient UIs for application users. We have another option, Kotlin Multi-Platform Mobile. As Kotlin code compiles into the platform formats with Kotlin JVM and Kotlin Native, you can use your KMM module as a regular mobile library. And the user experience is just as good as with normal native development, since KMM allows you to use platform APIs when necessary, for example, for implementing UI.
Kotlin multi-platform, the output is Kotlin and it's Objective-C. Again, Swift-friendly, very native. For us, guiding our clients to a native multi-platform framework that creates that seamless interop to the shared logic, it was a no-brainer.
I'm personally coming from .NET, and I used C# before, and Java wasn't an option for me at all. But transition to Kotlin was very smooth for me. Space is an all-in-one solution for software developers and for the entire company. So it covers needs of software developers and needs of collaboration, project management. So we try to combine such features as Git hosting, documents, issues, charts, and calendars, and all in one product. Space is 100% Kotlin. So everything server-side, clients, mobile application, IntelliJ plugin. So everything is Kotlin. Sometimes client features are becoming complicated. Like in case of charts, it has lots of logic, and it is critical for us to share code to ensure that the same complex code is only written once.
Many professors choose Kotlin for their programming courses, and not only for Android, but also to teach fundamental concepts like basics, like object-oriented ideas or algorithms. We receive lots of feedback that students love Kotlin. I really hope that at one point we'll see Kotlin present by default in any curriculum for software engineering program in different universities.
This is backed by JetBrains. JetBrains makes some of the best developer tooling, and it just makes sense that JetBrains will continue to build this and support it.
Kotlin future is in long-term growth, not to be this language of a current moment, but to stay here for a long time. So when we plan what to do, we try to look at long-term trends and what's going to happen in 10, 20, 30 years. It also relates to platform supports. The way we structure our infrastructure for Kotlin compiler, we are trying to make it less dependent on a specific platform so that we can adopt new platforms in the future easier, because we really can't predict what platform will be popular in 10, 20, or 30 years, but we want Kotlin to stay and be a relevant language that is used by industry in the future.
When I lie in bed in the morning and I kind of scroll through my feed and I see what people do with the technology, it gives me this like warm, fuzzy feeling of like, yeah, we're doing something exciting here.
Welcome from the government of Moscow. On behalf of the Moscow city government, I am pleased to welcome the teams and coaches and guests to the Russian capital and to the ICPC World Finals. Moscow is one of the smartest metropolitan cities in the world. Technologies are used to manage the city and make it even...
In 2011, JetBrains conceived the idea for a programming language that would make development more productive and enjoyable. Today, Kotlin is one of the most loved and fastest growing programming languages in the world. It's used by millions of developers for all sorts of projects.
From the government of Moscow. On behalf of the Moscow city government, I am pleased to welcome the teams and coaches and guests to the Russian capital and to the ICPC World Finals. Moscow is one of the smartest metropolitan cities in the world. Technologies are used to manage the city and make it even more convenient for everyday life and doing business. Therefore, I can't help but emphasize the importance of training highly skilled personnel for the IT industry. The digitalization and development of urban information systems is simply impossible without programmers, analysts, and experts in the field of information security. We strongly believe that the future professionals begin their education at school. That's why in 2019, the Moscow city government launched IT courses in 35 city schools, where children acquire special skills and knowledge under the guidance of experienced teachers and experts from the leading companies. In addition, many graduates of specialized universities have already gone to become professionals and create advanced IT solutions for the city and for the business in Moscow. We wholeheartedly support the fact that the ICPC World Finals will be hosted here in Moscow. Competitions of this kind bring together the best of the best of the best. ICPC participants can be distinguished by their deep knowledge of computer science and fast decision making. Many of the ICPC winners and medalists have proven themselves in the world's leading IT companies and developed products around
como un libro que usted comienza a leer y se lo aprende de memoria. Coordinar con el viento, coordinar con el sol, coordinar con todos esos elementos, pues uno se orienta en la montaña y tiene un buen instinto y un buen comportamiento y entendimiento de los secretos de la selva. Ser guardaparque, proteger los bosques, es muy duro aquí en Costa Rica.
I'm Ruth Mary, I'm the Botanical Project Coordinator, Conservation OSA here at the OSA Peninsula, Costa Rica. We are focusing on protecting the wildlife as the spider monkey. I used to chase them all day to be able to get information on their diet. I did this for a year and was really tired.
So here in the Osa Peninsula in Costa Rica, it's one of the most biologically intense places on Earth. There's groups who've been working for the past few decades to help protect this place and bring it back from the brink of destruction. And there's so many important species they work to protect. One of the most important ones is spider monkeys. These are monkeys that are critically endangered throughout the world, but here in Costa Rica, they play a really important role in helping the forest itself regenerate by dispersing seeds. The people here are studying them and they look to protect them, but actually knowing where they are is a really important and difficult task. And so we've been using our technology, the acoustics, to be able to pick out the sounds of monkeys, the calls they make as they spread throughout this area, allow the scientists to track and protect them in real time. That's where we actually use AI techniques, machine learning, to be able to pick out the sounds of individual species of animals like spider monkeys.
蜘蛛猴声音识别的挑战主要有2点，第一点是蜘蛛猴声音的样本比较稀少，一般人都没有听过。第2点是蜘蛛猴的声音是一种变长的声音事件，跟我们一般听到这种玻璃破碎声有很大的差异。针对这些问题，我们首先从时域这个层面，将我们的检测窗口从1秒降低到了500毫秒。在频率这范围，我们从频率的特征从40维提升到96维。
主要的工作是从雨林收集到的声音音频里面去标记蜘蛛猴声音出现的起止时间，帮助 AI 可以更加精准的识别跟学习。
When we know where are the population of the monkeys, we can focus our conservation effort to these areas. It means we can do more restoration projects, work more with the local people.
We're really excited for the next level where Huawei is actually giving us tools in Model Arts and Huawei Cloud to be able to auto-train and pick out the sounds of the animals and actually their emotions and different things they're feeling.
Deseo que todo el mundo entienda y comprenda que estos bosques son muy necesarios para la subsistencia del ser humano, para bienestar y de algunas otras futuras generaciones que vienen detrás de nosotros.
With AI technology, we're working to collectively empower the ecologists, biologists, scientists, and environmental defenders around the world who can make the most difference.
Hey there, how you doing? I'm Dave Anthony. I'm the CEO of Deviation Games. First, I'd just like to say a huge thank you to Jeff and the entire ICPC Foundation for including Deviation Games as part of this just incredible competition. This is just so cool. I'm genuinely excited to be here and to welcome all of you to the ICPC World Finals. Look, I've got to tell you, I'm a former software engineer. I was absolutely terrible, actually, but I would never have stood a chance to get here. So I have massive respect for you guys. And that's exactly why Deviation Games actually is so proud to be a part of the ICPC community. We did the Gaming AI Challenge back in June, and we were just blown away by the ingenuity and passion of all the competitors in this competition And we really look forward to getting to know you all better in the future here. So let me tell you, ICPC really means something to us actually at Deviation Games. Because guess what? It brings together a global community of like-minded developers who are the best at their craft. That's exactly the same principle as why my partner here at Deviation Games, Jason Blundell, and that's why we created Deviation Games, to create a home for the most talented developers in the world where you can make games and just have fun making them. That's our mission. And game developers, we've always been on the bleeding edge of creativity and the technology that brings that creativity to life. And it's that marriage of creativity and technology that makes literally anything possible. That's why I love building video games. And I'm sure that same spark is just on fire in you guys. And I want to encourage you, no matter what happens at the outcome of today's contest, just keep striving, keep pushing the envelope, keep challenging yourselves, and always think outside the box. Always think what if, and keep that spirit of fun alive inside, because if you genuinely love what you do, you are always going to do your best work. So I just can't wait to see what you guys come up with and the creative ways that you solve this challenge. I hope you all have a great time in beautiful Moscow, and I wish you the very best of luck during the World Finals. Cheers.
There are parts of our world where light can't reach. Divides that are too wide for rivers to flow. But technology has the power to help. In remote areas of Nigeria, connectivity brings new life to local communities, opening doors to trade, banking, better education, and healthcare. In Bangladesh, digital training has given more than 240,000 women new opportunities in life. With AI, deaf children everywhere can translate written words into sign language. So no child misses out on the joy of storytelling. In Central America, upcycled smartphones help rangers detect poachers and loggers, keeping rainforests safe for everyone. Our planet may not be perfect, but digital technology can help make it better. In the next 5 years, we want to work together with our partners to help 500 million more people directly benefit from digital technology. Focusing on healthcare, education, environmental protection, and economic equality. Tech for all. Pass it on.
Founded in 1987, Huawei is a leading global provider of information and communication technology infrastructure and smart devices. Huawei's mission is to bring digital to every person, home, and organization for a fully connected, intelligent world. In the Innovation 2.0 era, theoretical breakthroughs and new inventions based on basic technologies will help address global challenges, supporting our vision and assumptions for the future. Huawei Optical Business product line is a pioneer in optical communication and optical application fields. We're committed to build a simplified, ultra-broadband and ubiquitous all-optical network for various applications, such as smart head-up displays, car lamps, and smart lasers. To achieve our goals, every day we face many technical challenges, such as can algorithms enable physical transmission to continuously break through the limits of technologies? Is there an optimal solution to route planning for ultra-large-scale networks with thousands of sites, tens of thousands of services, tens of millions of constraints, and hundreds of billions of variables? In 2021 ICPC World Final Challenge, powered by Huawei, we offer you a new exciting and future-oriented topic: routing algorithm for next-generation communication. In 3 hours contest and 5 days marathon challenge, we will provide you with super large inter-satellite optical network to properly plan message paths, to reduce communication latencies and improve resource utilization. However, finding the optimal path in network with limited resources is an NP-hard problem. Considering the physical constraints of optics and circuits, our algorithm faces greater technical challenges. How can we model and abstract device constraints and design algorithms in the most appropriate way? Either an algorithm that takes almost the same time to calculate routes as the network scale increases. How to find the optimal theoretical solution in a short period for ultra-large networks. We hope that these questions will help you to understand the problems that Huawei software algorithm researchers face every day and make their daily work full of fun and charm. Building algorithm competitiveness is our goal. Huawei continuously invests in basic research and algorithm software development and optimization. We always welcome top talent to join us and grow together. A variety of mathematical, software, and engineering challenges are waiting for you to explore.
You are a breakthrough. When you were born, a world of new ideas was born. From your first steps in life to the first time when the universe touched you. The first time your ideas took shape. The first time the world saw you differently. The first time when time and space had no limits. The first time you followed your heart. The first time you overcame all odds. the first time, you started a new chapter of life. Now, you're taking the first step towards a future of many more firsts. The first to light up everyone's lives. The first to let virtual reality feel so real. The first to orchestrate perfectly in sync. The first to make artificial intelligence feel less artificial. From your first steps in life to your new creative breakthroughs, we can create more firsts for the world together. Because breakthroughs make the future.